It will be online.
He confirmed to me yesterday that he's coming.
He just called me. He has just called. He's joining. Yeah, he's fine. And Marwa also. Marwa, I added her online. I added her. Yeah, okay. Dr. Muhammad too.
He should deliver a speech today, right?
So we will. Yeah, can you check if it's online? Video.
Dr. Mohammed is already online. Promoting us.
Should we start?
I can no. So I can still
Wait, maybe. Okay, I know what's wrong.
they can already hear now.
Good morning, a very good morning to our honorable guests, faculty, students, and volunteers. I'm Hande Jabba, a PhD student at the Faculty of Education and the United Arab Emirates University. And it is my pleasure to be a Master of Ceremony for today's event. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you, and we really appreciate you making time for coming to this event virtually or physically. Let me welcome you with a great pleasure to the College of Education Expo 2020 event entitled Quality Education and the University of the Future. The theme for today's program of events is lifelong learning and innovation, enabling inclusive and global environment. So as an introduction, we would like to start this program with a prayer followed by the national anthem. Please all rise, our respected guests. دين الإسلام هديه القرآن حصنتك اسمنا يا وطن بلادي 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 حماك الإله شهور الزمان أقسمنا أمني عاشنا العالم يا إماراتنا أمسى كلنا نفديك بدنا نرويك نفديك بالأرواح يا وطن. So to begin this program, we are pleased to have the heads of department to give welcome remarks. Dr. Hannah Quayles, the head of special education department, Dr. Rachel Ellison, the head of curriculum instruction department, and Dr. Mohammed Hosseini, the lead of foundation education department, Dr. George Nassis, the head of physical education department, and Dr. Mona Janahi, assistant professor curriculum and instruction, member of the College of Dubai Expo committee.
Please, Dr. Hannah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm honored and delighted to deliver this speech on the last day of the College of Education, Quality Education in the University of the Future Conference at Dubai Expo. First of all, I would like to thank the Expo committee members. And of course, special thanks will go to the chair of the Expo committee member, Dr. Rhoda Myra Baxal. And I'm very appreciative actually for all the work and great efforts that she has put, into making this event a success. And I would like also to acknowledge and to thank the special education faculty members, staff, and students, which it seems like the majority of the Expo committee members are from the Department of Special Education. So I felt like I really need to acknowledge that. And I would like really to thank all my colleagues for their enthusiastic and dedicated work to make this event a success. Also, special thanks will go, of course, to the university administration and to the College of Education Dean's Office, to Dr. Najwa Hosseini, the College of Education Acting Dean, Mrs. Aisha and Mrs. Arwa, for all their great supports, which makes this event possible. Also, I would like to thank all College of Education faculty, staff, and students for their great support during this, this event. I'm extremely pleased that the conference was well attended by different stakeholders from all over the world. And I think that it was really great when it comes to the program, the content of the programs and all these panels and the presentations and the roundtables. They were all filled with insightful content. And they were all actually very interesting and engaging. And I hope that also all guests will also enjoy our sessions today. I'm also very pleased that the guests were also able to learn about different techniques and strategies in the area of STEM, to hear different stories and experiences about how people or students, practitioners, professionals from all over the world, they were able to respond to the pandemic. Thanks very much again for all of you for being with us here today. Your presence makes this event a great success. We wish you all the best. And I hope that you continue to be part of our conference journey today, and to be also there to attend our theme that is related to moving beyond the 21st century education. And I hope for you all the best. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mohammed.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the College of Education, our 3-day event. Alhamdulillah. I think we almost, today is the last day. I would like to welcome everybody and thanks everybody for attending the quality education in the United Arab Emirates University of the Future and the Expo 2020. So on the behalf of the Department of Foundation, I would like to welcome you all. And first, actually, I would like to thank you very much. Thank the committee, the Expo committee, chaired by Dr. Mayra, and to our most important person, actually, and our greater coordinator, Ms. Aisha Naimi. I think, mashallah alaikum, you guys have done a great job. Thank you all. I would like to thank also Dr. Ahmed Al-Kabi, the department representative in the Expo committee, and his great efforts. Also, I would like to thank our graduate student, Ms. Ayjan Shotomova. She did a great job in assisting and helping Dr. Ahmed in actually designing and planning for this event. So just a very quick brief about the Department of Foundation of Education, and I just wanted to give you a brief quick introduction. We have three programs. We have 2 master programs and 1 PhD program in the Foundation of Education. We have one affiliated with, partnered with Hamdan Awards, and we have 1 Master of Education and 1 PhD of Education. Alhamdulillah, so far we have a great number of students in the department, and also we have a great number of students who already graduated from the 3 departments as well. So please feel free to contact Dr. Ahmed, Ms. Ayjan for if you have any question regarding the Department Foundation, the Leadership and Policy Studies. And finally, I would like to say thank you to our college, actually, faculties and staffs and students who contributed actually in this event. And to be honest, without them, we would not be able to make it to this point. And thank you very much. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the events. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 3rd day of the College of Education event at the Expo at Dubai. My name is Rachel Takriti, and I am the chair of the Curriculum Instruction Department. The theme of this 3-day event has been quality education in the University of the Future, and today's themes are moving beyond 21st century education and lifelong learning in innovation-enabling inclusive and global environments. These are truly relevant themes for the university and for our college specifically. The College of Education is always striving to drive innovation in education to enable our students to be the best possible educators of the future and to facilitate learning across the lifespan. Having no boundaries in terms of educational development and innovation, to think outside the box is the most effective way to drive progress in the educational field and see true learning and development in today's children and those of future generations. The last 2 days here at Expo have been truly wonderful with thought-provoking presentations. I am sure that today, as the last day, will also exceed our expectations. Thank you so much.
George? Dr. George.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation. My name is George Nassis, and I'm the chair of the Physical Education Department. I would like to welcome all of you in the third day of this conference at Expo. I'm privileged because I have the opportunity to attend this event on site, and I can say to you that there is a huge interest about this event. Allow me to thank the committee of the Expo events, also to thank the leadership team of the college, our dean, Dean Andrea, the assistant directors, assistant deans, Professor Ocean and Dr. Mayra, also the office of the college office, Ms. Aisha, Ms. Mujun. Thank you very much for everything you are doing to make this happen. A few words about our department. Our department is relatively young but very dynamic in nature. Our role is to prepare the educators of the present as well as the educator of the future in terms of physical education. And you know, possibly, as the WHO, the World Health Organization, has reported that one of the biggest global challenges is the lack of adequate physical activity. It is the so-called inactivity. Our graduates and experts in physical education want to work with the kids at school, but also outside the school, in order to promote physical activity and a healthier lifestyle for the benefit of the society. Our aim at the Department of Physical Education is to combine the practical advices with substantial science. Our faculty are conducting a number of research in the area of exercise and physical activity. We do collaborate with collaborators across the globe, more than 210 collaborators in our research work in the Department of Physical Education. I would like again to welcome you in this exciting event, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. On behalf of the Physical Education Department, a very warm welcome. Thank you.
We would like to introduce and welcome Dr. Muna to give her speech.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Hello everyone, my name is Muna Janahi. I'm an assistant professor at the College of Education, the wonderful College of Education, I should say, in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction. So very happy that we are all here today to enjoy the very exciting activities that we have in store for you. Today is the third and final day of the College of Education's participation at Dubai Expo 2020. With, as you all know, the title of our participation is Quality Education and the University of the Future. Our theme for today is moving beyond 21st century education, lifelong learning and innovation enabling inclusive and global environments. Today's sessions ask the question of what is next? What is next for our students after they have attained their literacy and numeracy? What is next for our students after they have achieved the learning outcomes? What is next after our students have submitted the projects and assignments, achieved their learning outcomes and KPIs, and passed their formative and summative assessments? What else can they do in the classroom? What else can they do outside the classroom? How can we as educators create a culture of learning? How can we encourage students to commit to learning long after they have graduated schools, long after they have concluded their formal education journeys? I would like to share with you two thought-provoking quotes that I found inspiring and that basically summarizes the essence of today's sessions. The first states that knowledge can no longer serve as the criterion for becoming an educated person or educated, because knowledge is so very fluid and it's overly abundant. The second thought-provoking quote is by Carl Rogers, and I take the liberty to paraphrase his quote, in which he states that the only educated person is the individual who has learned how to learn. Our theme helps us to see the bigger picture. Our event highlights the transcending nature of learning and the transcending nature of education. Our activities championed by faculty and students from the College of Education touch upon very interesting topics, such as fostering inclusive and creative spaces for learners to unleash their imagination, instilling leadership skills, and promoting learning communities. I therefore invite you to sit back, relax, enjoy the very abundance of activities that we have in store for you today. And now, without further ado, it is with pleasure that I leave the floor to the very first segment of the day, titled Sing with Our Fingers, presented by Dr. Ashma. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
To thank Dr. Hala, Dr. Rachel, Dr. Mohammed Al-Hosni, Dr. George, and Dr. Muna for their inspiring speeches. And now we are going to head for around 10-minute break until everyone leaves. So we are going to play a small video.
Aquí te lo dejo. Ya sé que no es el sitio más adecuado para él, pero mira, es que estamos saturados. En cuanto podamos, nos lo llevamos a un sitio más acorde con su situación. Aquí tienes los informes, las medicinas. Esta es la última valoración. Y en esta maleta están todas sus pertenencias.
De acuerdo, firma aquí y ya está todo. María, ¿otra vez por los pasillos? ¿Quieres hacer el favor de salir al recreo con los demás niños? ¡Niños! ¡Niños! Este es vuestro nuevo compañero. Como veis, es un poco especial. Pero entre todos tenemos que conseguir que se sienta a gusto el tiempo que esté entre nosotros, ¿de acuerdo? Bueno, vamos a empezar con la clase. ¿Recordáis que ayer hablábamos de la importancia de las comas? Las comas pueden cambiar el sentido de una frase hasta convertirla en otra completamente diferente. Aquí por lo menos te dará el solecito un rato. Ahora vuelvo, ¿vale?
Pero María, ¿dónde vas?
Hola, ¿cómo te llamas? Yo me llamo María. Bienvenida al cole. ¿No sabes andar? Ni hablar. ¿No sabes nada? ¿Qué te pasa? Eres un poco raro. Mira, es muy fácil. Si quieres mover una mano, haces así. Y la mueves. Y si quieres hablar, haces así. Hola. Y lo haces.
María, ven a jugar con nosotras.
Y si te pica un brazo, ¿cómo te rascas? Yo cuando me pica un brazo no me puedo aguantar.
¡Jo, María! ¿Pero qué haces?
¿Quieres jugar conmigo a la comba? Mira, es muy divertido.
¡Qué rara es María!
Ya sé lo que te pasa. A ti lo que te gusta es el fútbol. Máxima concentración. El delantero va a chutar. Es el máximo goleador del campeonato. Pero la portera es la más chula de la competición. Impresionante patadón le ha dado al balón, que se acerca como una bala a la portería. Un niño en la silla de ruedas ha metido gol. ¡Gol!
¡Pero qué rara es María!
Señor, déjame a mí, que yo puedo.
Muy bien, de acuerdo.
Chocolate, chocolala, chocotete, chocolate, chocolate. Érase una vez una bruja enamorada de un príncipe. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. ¡Capitán! ¡Salve a la doncella! ¡Auxilio, capitán! Solo vos podéis salvarme. No conseguiréis salvarla. La doncella está a buen recaudo. ¡Jo, jo, jo! El príncipe y la bruja fueron felices por siempre jamás. 1, 2, 3, al escondite inglés y mover las manos míos, pies. 1, 2, 3, al escondite inglés y mover las manos míos, pies. ¡Ah, te he pillado! Tú solito lo has conseguido. Vas a recuperarte y vas a andar y también hablar y vamos a viajar por todo el mundo. ¿Sabes que hay sitios donde comen hormigas? Bueno, no hace falta que comamos hormigas.
María, hoy no puedes salir al recreo. Mira, está muy cansadito. Si quieres, puedes quedarte aquí con él y le haces compañía.
¿Qué te pasa? ¿No te apetece jugar hoy? ganadora del mundo. Seguro que ha sido él.
No nos podíamos imaginar que estuviera tan malito. Nunca se está preparada para algo así. Bueno, por lo menos ha sido por la noche y sin sufrir. La verdad es que su cara era de alegría. No sé cómo se lo vamos a decir a los niños. Sobre todo a María. Se había hecho muy amiga de él.
Ya lo sé. Recogeremos sus cosas lo antes posible. Siento que hayáis tenido que pasar por este trance.
Buenos días, niños. Soy María, vuestra nueva profesora.
As we mentioned before that, our event is titled Lifelong Learning and Innovation Enabling Inclusive and Global Environment. Our FACE program is Singing with Our Fingers, led by Dr. Ashraf Mustafa, an undergraduate student from special education, Anwar Al-Amri, Shamil Dirai, Reem Al-Raisi, Shahid Al-Sayari, Shamil Al-Amri, and Reem Al-Afifi. We are welcoming them to come and introduce their program.
Please. At the beginning, I would like to welcome everybody attending our event today, Seeing with Our Fingers. But before I start, I would like to thank our committee members for Expo, Dr. Mayra, Ms. Aisha, Dr. Joris, Dr. Ahmed, Ms. Muzora, and all of our students, Fatma. So it's really great efforts for this committee. Today we will speak about important part of special education, especially visual impairment. But before I start, I want me to speak bilingual because we attend with us parents for blind students. So I will start to speak bilingual. The welcome is our student Anwar Shamnain, who will participate with me with our special education plan for sensory impairment. في الحقيقه طبعا يعني نتكلم اليوم عن يعني جزء هام جدا جدا من برامج التربيه الخاصه او الخدمات المقدمه لاصحاب الهمم خاصه او على وجه الخصوص اصحاب الاعاقه البصريه او visual impairment persons. وفي الحقيقه يمكن قبل ما احضر للورشه يعني يمكن حضرتك فعلا ان اي انسان ممكن يفقد بصره سهل وبسيط ووارد عند اي حاجه. لكن في الحقيقه طبعا اللي بيفقد بصره ما بيفقدش بصيرته. وفي نماذج كتيره جدا جدا يمكن فور اكزامبل I'll show all of you a word for healing canal. Dr. Jones, you know healing canal. Healing canal is a famous author or a famous American author. Deaf. Okay. Deaf and blind.
Yes.
This is very difficult and complex disability for a person. And I think when I read for Helen Keller, I know the first word she said it, okay? She said word, but before she can speak, but she described the water. She told to us, this is a wonderful something. I feel with it, following by one hand. So اعتقد ان الاعاقه البصريه ما بتحبش من الاتشيفمنت او يعني دايما انا بقول يعني sometimes you lose your sight, sometimes you lose your sight and live with happiness, but everyone loses his hope, his dream, his ability. He can't live with happiness. So Helen Keller said to us, blind people are just like seeing people, no different in the dark. The loss of sight doesn't impair the qualities of mind and the heart and the motivation. This is the reality for the life. You must see your objects, see your aims and achieve them. اوكي يعني يمكن قبل ما نبدا انا يمكن جهزت التدريب ده عشان نعيش في الوضع شويه يعني فانا يعني بطلب من الجميع جميع الحضور please cover your eyes for 30 minutes please cover your eyes for 30 minutes please حتى الجمهور اللي معانا في البلايند الاونلاين اوكي please okay, cover your eyes for 30 minutes only.
Second.
Sorry, 30 minutes, 30 seconds, sorry. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I want to ask Dr. Mona, what you feel? Yes. Dr. Jones, what you feel?
I feel my senses in the hearing is getting better and better.
What's the name?
It's so dark.
Yes.
I wanted to open my eyes.
I think now for 30 seconds, you can imagine the person lived all his life in the darkness. So I can't say anything except thank God. Thank God for this blessing of my sight. طبعا يمكن نعمة كبيرة جدا ما بنحسش بيها ما بندركهاش غير لما نفقدها. نعمة البصر نعمة كبيرة جدا جدا جدا. لكن الأهداف دايما بتكون موجودة نقدر نحققها. عندي نماذج كتير جدا من خلال خبراتي العملية مع طلبة الإعاقة البصرية والمكفوفين يعني يمكن اي اسره تتمنى فعلا ان هو يكون عندها ابن كفيف. لما بتشوف نجاحات، ولما بتشوف امكانيات، ولما بتشوف التطور اللي هو فيه، لما بتشوف حتى الانترست اللي هو بيعملها، فيعني شيء يدعو للفخر. يمكن احنا هنقدم الورشه بتاعتنا بس كده سريعا اذا براكتيكال ورك شوب تكون فيها فن، تكون فيها شيء من الترفيه، بحيث ان احنا نقدمها ونوصل للهدف اللي احنا جايين النهارده احنا وطلابنا نحققه، ان احنا نعرض ايه هي السيرفيس او ايه هي الخدمات اللي ممكن نقدمها للطلبه من المعاهد الاقتصاديه. يمكن العرض اللي هتكلم عنه طبعا في محاور محدده. 3 battery. This is the first battery I created new battery for visual impairment, especially for blind. في بطاريه ثلاثيه الابعاد، الهدف منها يعني how to measure or how to improve the tactile intelligence for blind. ازاي ان احنا ممكن نحسن الذكاء اللمسي عند المعاقين البصريين او المكفوفين عن وجه الخاص. يمكن ده الجزء اللي انا هتكلم فيه. يمكن طلباتنا من الاعاقه من تخصص الاعاقه البصريه هيتكلموا عن التقييم او الكتاب اللمسي للمعاقين بصريا، وهيعرضوا ازاي ان هم قدروا ان هم ينفذوا ويعملوا كرييت فيرست تاكتايل بوك فور ابلاين. وهنتكلموا ايضا عن البرايم لانجوج والاورينتيشن ديفلوبمنت سكيلز او مهارات التوجه والحركه، وده مهم جدا جدا. ويمكن معايا احد اولياء الامور في الاونلاين يشارك معانا اليوم اللي ممكن يعمل مداخله معانا على ازاي ان هو استفاد من مهارات التوجه والحركه واستخدام ابنه والعصا البيضاء في الاستقلاليه نفسها. This is the first CEDU battery, okay, created to measure the tactile intelligence for applying, okay. وفي الحقيقه طبعا انا يمكن قبل ما اشرحها اقول ليه انا كانت عندي فكره ان انا اعمل 3 دي باتري، او ايه هي الاهميه او ايه هي الاضافه. Why is important to apply the 3 battery؟ في الحقيقه طبعا we didn't have any assessment tools or any educational assessment tools for a visual impairment. All assessment tools depend on the medical report only. Okay, I didn't have here in UAE any tools measure the cognitive aspects for blind. مفيش اي، لا يوجد، مش موجود عندنا ادوات تشخيصيه نقدر ان احنا من خلالها نقيس القدرات المعرفيه او الجوانب المعرفيه عند المكفوفين. كمان من خلالها ممكن نعمل امبروفنج للتكتيك او للتكتيك بريسبشن او الادراك اللمسي عند المكفوفين، نقدر من خلال الباتري اللي احنا هنشوفها قدامنا. كذلك بتساعد الباتري كمان في ان هي تعمل امبروفنج للاورينتيشن الموبيل سكيلز، مهارات التوجه والحركه عند المكفوفين. كمان نقدر ان احنا من خلالها قدرنا ان احنا نحط او نضع ايدينا على نقاط قوه زي وضع مثلا برامج علاجيه للمكفوفين في المناهج الدراسيه. يمكن ده بارت من الباترن اللي انتوا هتشوفوه. طبعا البطاريه عباره عن 4 محاور بتقيس التاكتايل ديسكريميشن، التمييز اللمسي، وبتقيس الباترن ريكورد الاستدعاء النمطي، وبتقيس ال 2 دي تاكتايل ميموري وال 3 دي تاكتايل ميموري. ديت الدايمنشن الاساسيه الموجوده في البطاريه او المحاور الاساسيه الموجوده في التاكتايل. اوكي، كل تدريب من التدريبات دي عباره او كل محور او كل دايمنشنز او 10 اكسرسايز. في الحقيقه طبعا يمكن قبل العرض او قبل بعد العرض ان هو يطلع على الباتري، تمام، يقدر ان هو يشوف البطاريه معانا من خلال ورق خاص، من خلال مجموعه من الرسومات الهندسيه اللي نقدر من خلالها نقيس الذكاء اللمسي. طيب، واحده من اهم الاشياء اللي انا عملتها اللي انا استخدمت برينتر او بيت برينتر. This is a specific printer to tactile shapes. Okay, big printer. كمان معانا مجموعه من الاوراق الخاصه. This is a specific printer. Okay. Also, we have a specific pen. Okay. So we can create any shapes and put it in this printer coming from other size as a tactile shape or a tactile paper. نقدر من خلالها ان احنا نعمل كريم. طبعا هذه البطاريه مطبقه على 73 كفيل في دوله الامارات العربيه. تعتبر بارد. طبقت وجربت مع الطلبه المعاقين بصريا، خاصه الطلبه المعاقين. سريعا ممكن نتكلم على الاختبار بيكون بشكل ممكن بيتم الاختبار ازاي؟ بيكون تقديم مفيد للطالب الكفيف وهو بيختار الشكل المناسب، يعني he can choose a similar shape, okay, as a basic object, okay. This is the first trainers or the first exercise, okay. الخمس تدريبات الاخرى بيختار الشكل المخالف. كمان معانا مجموعه من التدريبات اللي بتركز على ال 3 دي او التركيبه الثلاثيه الابعاد. طبعا بيتم استخدام لاول مره ده اسمه البلاط المطاطي اللي بيعزز الخصائص المكانيه عند المكفوفين ويقدر ان هو يحسن حتى القدره اللمسيه على التاتش ويقدر يعمل تحديد للنموذج. طبعا كل التولز او الاوبجكت اللي موجوده قدامنا بتتمتع بالسيفتي. لابد ان يكون في سيفتي بالنسبه للطالب الكفيف ويكون بالنسبه مناسبه لراحه اليد. اوكي؟ مجموعه طبعا والنوع الخاص بالدايمنشن الباترن ريبورت ان احنا ممكن بنعرض طبعا نموذج موجود ممكن عشان تعرضين من عندي كده ان الباترن ريبورت بندي للطالب نموذج عباره عن مربع مثلث او يعني اي شيبس اوكي ويقدر ان هو من خلاله ان هو ينفذ ويعمل ريكول للاوبجكت من الذاكره، يعني يعمل ريكول باترن للاوبجكت من خلال الشورت ميموري او اللونج تيرم ميموري. اوكي؟ واحد طبعا من ضمن الاشياء كده وهي ان احنا بنقدر حتى نعرف ان الايماجينيشن عنده الكفيف، اوكي؟ نقدر نشوف البرسبشن عنده، نقدر نشوف الميموري عنده. دي كلها محاور وابعاد اساسيه يقدر من خلالها ان هو يعمل امبروفنج للتاتش. التاتش فعلا يعني هي الوسيله الاساسيه للكفيف ويقدر من خلالها مع تكامل الحواس الثانيه السمع والشم والتذوق ان هو يقدر يكتسب المعارف او المعلومات. اوكي؟ اوكي. Please tell me the difference. Okay. This is the last question for me. Okay. Is it flying, meaning good? I think we have a surprise and gift. Okay. We have a surprise and gift about this question. Okay. The flying tree. Can you describe that the shape of the tree?
I think they have a good imagination where they dream. Maybe they open their dream that they imagine what they dream.
Okay. يعني you can imagine like a normal sighted person. Okay. Who can answer? Okay. يعني طبعا حد يوصف لنا شكل الحلم، هو حلم الكفيف زي حلم النفس، يعني يقدر يشوف كده، يقدر يشوف اشرف، يشوف بيت الميه.
اعتقد انه يحلم بالحواس الاخرى، مثلا يحلم باللمس. He thinks when he touches, for example, the textures and smells on other things.
This is the answer, okay? الكفيف فعلا يقدر يحلم، لكن بيحلم بشيء لمسه، بشيء سمعه، بشيء شمه او تذوقه. فالصور البصريه او الخيال بعض الناس تعتقد ان كل الخيال يعتمد على الصور، على الايمج، لكن في خيال لمسي، في تكتايل ايماجينيشن، في خيالات متعدده يقدر الكفيف ان هو يحقق حواسه. هم طبعا دي هنا عندنا نص هناك ان شاء الله نحققها. والان طبعا يعني I leave the floor for one student to speak about that way. Okay, please. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم الطالبة أنا أحمد العاوي. اليوم حاعرض لكم إحدى المشاريع اللي اشتغلنا عليها وهي التكست أو الكتاب اللمسي. طبعاً هذا الكتاب اللمسي تضمن على أدوات عديدة وكثيرة تساهم في تعزيز الحواس السليمة لدى المخاطبين مثل لغة الرأي، حاسة اللمس وهكذا. طبعا نحن كطالبات في كلية التربية يوم قررنا ننفذ هذا المشروع كان هدفنا الأساسي والرئيسي نحن كطالبات التربية الخاصة اللي قررنا ننفذ هذا المشروع كان هدفنا الأساسي والرئيسي أن تكون البوك كوسيلة مساعدة يقدر منها طالب ذوي الإعاقة البصرية الاستفادة منها وتعلم المعلومات. على سبيل المثال يقدر يتعلم منها أحرف، كلمات، مجسمات، أرقام وإلى هذا وهذا. طبعا هذا كله يقدر يتعلمه عن طريق الأنامل التحسس لأنها تعتبر من أحد الحواس السليمة لدى المخاطبين. شكرا. طبعا في تنفيذ هالكتاب نحن استخدمنا مواد عديدة، استخدمنا الأقمشة، استخدمنا الأزرار، استخدمنا الريش، حاولنا أن ننوع في المصادر اللي نستخدمها. طبعا في تنفيذ هالكتاب نحن اعتمدنا على 3 نقاط رئيسية. أول شيء اعتمدنا أن الكتاب يكون سيفتي آمن للطالب، ما استخدمنا مواد حادة ولا استخدمنا مواد جارحة ممكن تأذي الطالب. يعني يقدر يستخدمها كتعليم ذاتي بينه وبين نفسه أو مع مساعد له. ثانياً اعتمدنا على الأشياء الملموسة، مش فقط الأشياء الملموسة، بعد اعتمدنا على الحواس السليمة لدى الطالب. كيف نحن نفذنا هالشيء في الكتاب؟ طبعاً نحن في تنفيذ كلمة جيم جرس استخدمنا جرس حقيقي، مجرد ما أن الطالب يمسك الورقة يقدر يسمع صوت الجرس واستخدام حاسة السمع كحاسة مساعدة له. أيضاً في تنفيذ كلمة سين سحاب استخدمنا قطن ونشيء يعني نعم شكلنا على شكل سحابة. ثالثاً أضفنا لغة البرايل في الكتاب كلغة للمكفوفين تشرحها لكم زميل هشام العامري. شكراً.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وياكم هشام العامري. طبعاً كيف أتقنا لغة البرايل تعلمنا لغة البرايل من خلال حضورنا الدورات عن أساسيات لغة البرايل. كيف أتقنا لغة البرايل؟ تعلمنا لغة البرايل من خلال الدورات اللي أخذناها في مختبر التربية الخاصة اللي أخذنا منها الأرقام، الحروف العربية، الحروف الإنجليزية. أول شيء تعلمناه أن لغة البرايل مكونة من خلايا، والخلايا مكونة من والخلية مكونة من 6 نقاط. الخلية الوحدة تكون حرف واحد فقط لا غير. كمبتدئين بدينا أول شيء خذينا أول 4 أحرف اللي هم حرف الألف نقطة، حرف الباء نقطة نقطتين، حرف اللام نقطة نقطتين 3، والحرف الوحيد اللي في لغة البرايل 6 حروف هو حرف الضاء. أول شيء علمنا كل شيء بشكل بصري، بعدين بدينا نطبق على معلم برايل. ما هو معلم برايل؟ هو أداة من أدوات القراءة والكتابة في لغة البرايل، وهو من خلال هذه الأداة يستطيع المبتدئ أن يتعلم اللغة من خلالها. آخر خطوة عندنا تعلمنا عن البيركنز اللي هي القراءة والكتابة، ونكمل وياكم شبه البعيد.
Good morning, my name is Shama Atale, and today I would like to talk about the Perkins, which is the last step that we learn about the Bari language. So the Perkins considered as the oldest and the first machine that used to type Bari language for William Perry. Me and my colleague applied what we learned on the Perkins by typing letters, words, and sentences. And if you'd like to know your name in Bari language, you can join us after the session after we finish. And thank you.
Now we will create a scenario about how to use white cane with applying and how to work with applying without white cane from recent different. Okay.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا سمية وأنا سمية اليوم راح نشرح عن مهارات التعامل الخفيف. مهارات التعامل الخفيف في بيئة غير مألوف معها وطريقة استخدامها للأشخاص وأنواع الأصدقاء. كيف المشهد المبسط نساعد كيف في التعاون أو كيف نحن نقدم مساعدة مع السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم طالبة المريض. طبعا مهارات التوجيه والتنقل عند الكثير. عندنا استراتيجيات تنقل كثيرة في التعامل مع الكفيف وتوجيهه. فاخترنا 3 استراتيجيات مهمة جدا ومهمة وهي المرشد المبصر واستراتيجية استقرار الأثر أو التدريب على الإثارة النفسية وفي النهاية استخدام العصا البيضاء. طبعا راح نتكلم عنها بالتفصيل. ففي البداية راح نتكلم عن المرشد المبصر مع طالبة ريم بنتي. السلام عليكم. بنشرح عن المرشد المبصر. أنا راح أكون المرشد المبصر وزميلتي ريم راح تكون الكفيف. زميلتي ريم راح تمثل عنها الكفيف. كيف كمرشد المبصر اليوم نقدم عند الكفيف منظومة مساعدة ويسكت إذا يحتاج المساعدة. أولاً كأي مرشد مبصر أول ما تقدم أو تقدم عندك لازم تعرفين على نفسك وتبغي تساعدي الكفيف. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمي ريم وبغيت أسأل أنت محتاجة مساعدة ولا لا؟ نعم. نعم. إذا في مثال كفيف ظاهرة ما لا يحتاج مساعدة ممنوع صراحة إن نجمع نفسنا ونقول لا نحن بنساعد نحن نبغى نساعد بتسوي إيش بس عشان نساعد. ممنوع. الكفيف طلبت المساعدة ووافقت على المساعدة عشان تأخذ المساعدة أضرب خلف يدها والكفيف راح يحرك إيده تحت راح يحرك إيده تحت الكوع راح يمسك. الحين نحن راح المرشد المبصر والكفيف راح يمشون. الكفيف والمرشد المبصر نمشي نفس المستوى ولكن المرشد المبصر داون يكون خطوة أمام عشان يساعد الكفيف. الحين نحن راح نمشي مثلا راح نتخيل اننا في طاولة على يسارنا. نقول للمرشد المبصر ارمي في طاولة على اليسار ونمشي في بعض على يمينك في درج قدامك حاسب على الخطوة. إذا مثلا نحن وصلنا صوب الدرج لازم نعطي فرصة للكفيف يحس في الدرج ويحس بالمستوى ومساحة الدرج. ولما راح نركب الدرج لازم نمشي على مستوى الكفيف. ما نسرع ما نركب لا يكون بطيء لا على مستوى ويقوم يحركها شوي أيوه. اليوم بنمشي نتخيل إن إحنا الحين في ممر ضيق أو مثلا ممر مزدحم. راح نمشي المبصر راح يخلي إيده ورا عشان الكفيف يعرف إن هذا الممر ضيق أو ممر مزدحم. راح نمشي والكفيف راح يكون ورا ماسك تحت الكوع وراح يمشي ورا. أنا يوم ننتهي نبت أنا خطوة أمام الكفيف وراح نمشي. لا تنسوا زون يعني تساعدون كثير لازم تقولوا له وتقولوا له إن في تعطونا إرشادات واضحة مو في طاولة هني طاولة هني كبت لا لازم تقولون على يسار الطاولة على يمين الطاولة. شكرا.
الحقيقه طبعا انا بشكر طبعا طالباتي على الوقت. يمكن يعني انا بعتذر عن المشكلات اللي كانت بتحصل دي، هم جايين سريعا من البوابه يعني نتيجه ان هم يلحقوا الورشه. لكن طبعا بشكركم جدا على المجهود، بشكركم على الاداء، بشكركم على المعلومات القيمه اللي اكيد يعني وضعتوا فينا منها، لان المعاقين البصريه او المكفوفين فعلا بحاجه لكل شخص مننا ان هو يعرف ازاي آلية السير والحركه مع الكفيف. ممكن الاقي الكفيف في المول، ممكن الاقي الكفيف في الاكسبو. انا النهارده جاي من الاكسبو، قالوا الكفيف نازل من الصاله حقيقه ماسك عصا بيضاء. كذلك بتوجه بالشكر لابو خالد احد اولاد نور وابو فاليونس وهو جورنالست اصلي كان بيقول about the speed بشكره جزيلا ان هو حضر معانا النهارده ودعمنا في الفعاليه للسيرفيس او الخدمات المقدمه للمعاقين بصريا. مره اخيره بشكر دكتور مايرا مس عايشه على المجهود اللي بذلوه
amazing and inspiring presentation of those ideas of supporting students with discrimination. And now I will introduce Dr. Janahi to give the certificate to the students and participants. First, Dr. Ashra. Dr. Ashra. Riemann Ashifi. شمة الدعي. ريم الرئيسي. شمة العمري. شهر. and Anwar. Moving right along, it's now my pleasure to introduce our guest speakers, Dr. Maria, Ms. Omnia Tifani, and Ms. Hadid Saleh, to present Assisting Children at Risk, an interactive workshop on behavioral assessment for teachers. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
No, you have to, yeah.
No?
Yes.
Is that okay? Yes. Lovely. So, please take your seat. We are so anxious to see you. Please sit. Okay, so Assalamu alaikum and good morning and welcome to the third day of this event. The last day, we are really very excited. We have to thank everyone who was worked for this day so hard, especially we have to thank our dean for the support, always be there and supportive. And of course, these two ladies were the soul of Dr. Myra and Miss Isa were the soul of this event. And I would like also to present and thank my two doctoral students who are here today with me. Miss Onya, who is a PhD student, candidate and research assistant in the Department of Special Education. And her research interests are in assessment and education, mainly for students with autism. And she's also a mother of a child with ADHD. And Ms. Khadil Saleh, who is a new team member, but she's very enthusiastic, and she's a new PhD student in the Department of Special Education. She holds a master from the American University of Dubai, and she's an educator for more than 10 years experience. Her research interests are in children with autism, but also in children with post-traumatic stress disorders and traumatic experience, and children with emotional behavior disorders. Okay, today we will present a workshop about how to see the warning signs for emotional behavior disorders in children. We are going to present the motor behavior checklist, and of course we are going to talk about the project, which is really very close associated with the checklist. And it's a startup project funded by the UE University. So can I change the slide to my, all right, I have a pointer here. It's not working? Yeah, it's working. Great, okay. So why we are working on a checklist to identify students at risk. Why you think this is really very important, okay? Because according to the research, and I'm not going to read now the research, and there are so many articles indicating that as soon as possible, we can identify the warning signs through observing children. We can really very quick see the difference with the typical developing children, see the warning signs, and then focus on that and try not to give a diagnosis. This is not our role as educators, because a diagnosis is a huge procedure, and we need to be very, very careful when we are talking about identification of some warning signs and official diagnosis. But as the research indicates, early identification efforts are really very important, especially during the first years. Because if we are working with the children in early years, then we can help them applying behavioral strategies. Given the cost associated with these conditions, if they are untreated in the future, we have to see that it's really a very, very important factor, the early identification and the early assessment. 2012 until 2022. So the first publication on the motor behavior checklist, when I'm going to talk to you today, starts 2012. 10 years ago. So it's a journey of 10 years and it's continued. 10 years of research, starting from the University of CEDU in Belgium, which is one of the 30 best universities in research in the world. Starting from there and then go spread in many, many different countries, as I will tell you later. The instrument has been translated in 7 languages and recently has been translated in Arabic. Okay, so these are the first publications with the team in Belgium, mainly in the Research in Developmental Disabilities journals, which is Q1 Scopus journal, mainly for autism and children and research on autism, and Journal of Attention Deficit. so I'm not gonna. And this is the last one we did with the team and the chair of the department and another colleague from the department helping us with the translation and most importantly with the cultural adaptation of the list. Okay. Okay. The first publication on the topic were 2012 and 2013 and 15. Between 2015 and 2020, there is a missing gap, which is not actually a missing gap. I focus on books, but all these books are talking and are including the latest research on the topic, the latest research in children, so working with children, with challenging children. Bring My Smile Back, this is the last one, and is about unhappy children. Because I used to say to my students, even if you are the best teacher and your students are unhappy, you can do nothing. So you have to find the reason, you have to find the cause behind their unhappiness. And trust me, there are so many reasons that these students can be unhappy. Could be family issues, could be a hidden disability, could be many reasons that they are not feeling well or they are not feeling included in your class. That's why they are unhappy, and this affects not only their mental health but also their academic achievement. And finally, the last week, it's not the least because it's one of the booksellers' book, The Enigma of Autism. For those who doesn't know, the word enigma is a Greek word, means the question, the mystery behind autism. So what is actually autism? What is actually children with autism? There are genius, because we have research that indicate that many of these children, they're really very clever and they have very great achievement in specific subjects, including their memory, okay, their memory abilities. Is it a disorder, or is it just a different way of perceiving the world, a different way of seeing the world? So if you ask me, and trust me, when I'm presenting the book in different audience, parents, students, head teachers, they always ask me, after so many years working in clinical setting with children and families, what is your opinion? I keep saying, I don't know, it's still under investigation and probably is all of this, okay? So there is no single answer. And of course I tell them just buy the book and read it. Okay, the new publication, I'm so happy, it's Q1 focus publication, very recent, last week, based on the checklist I'm going to present you. Assessing Children, Patrice, Translation and Cross-Cultural Adaptation, and it is in the Journal of Intelligence. Okay, so I love this picture. I love this picture. You see, it's a Greek, the title means happiness is a way of thinking. So you see, he's first, and he's just wondering why the others celebrate his third. Why he celebrate? Because you see, happiness is the way you're thinking, is the way we are teaching our children to be happy. So even I'm third, I'm so happy, I'm so thrilled, because I did it. But sometimes we are in the first place, we are not so happy, and so everything has to do with our mindset. Okay, so the motor behavior checklist is an assessment instrument. We worked on this for more than 10 years with the research team in Belgium and then with different research teams all over the world. We did many different studies to establish the psychometric properties of the instrument. So for my students, in the assessment course, you need to know, and you know that we need to check the validity and reliability of the instrument. And we have to check it not only in one setting, but in different settings. So when we apply one instrument in different country, when we translate it, when we want to apply it in a different population, so we need again to test reliability and validity. We did that, and we proved that this instrument is quite good with temporal stability and has a very good discriminant and concurrent validity. So what is this checklist? This checklist is 59 items. We start from 120 and we say, oh, just a minute, 100 items, like questions. If you give it to a teacher, they will say, no, I will not gonna do it because it's gonna be very time consuming. So we reduce it in a statistical way into 59 items. And we had two big broad scales, internalizing and externalizing, and 5-7 problem scales. So items about rules breaking, hyperactivity, lack of attention, low energy, stereotype behaviors, lack of social interaction, and lack of self-regulation. Each of them indicate problems in a specific area and is linked, is connected with specific disorders and conditions. Okay, as I already stated, the instrument has been successfully translated and culturally adapted into 6 languages, and has been used in many different research studies internationally. We have a team in UEE. We succeed to have a grant from the university, and we were developing the Arabic version of the checklist, and we did the necessary cross-cultural adaptation in order to be sure that we can use that in UEE schools. And now we are at the phase of taking data and checking the psychometric properties, probably to see if we can have some clinical data, also to see norms for our population, and I mean UEE population. So that is from me. If you are really interested in the checklist, Ms. Omnia will give you some more information, and you will be always very welcome to talk to me or email me directly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Maria, for your informative presentation and nice introduction for us. Hello, everyone. My name is Umia Zahrani. I'm a PhD candidate in special education. And today I want to present what we have done in MPC project. But first, we want to discuss what is behavioral assessment. So, functional behavioral assessment is considered to be a problem-solving process for addressing student behavior. Why does your child act a certain way? Why is this problem occurring? Are some of the questions being asked during the functional behavioral assessment. Behavioral assessment measures and evaluates students' performance in real-life natural settings for the purpose of identifying proficiency in performing practical applied skills. Functional behavioral assessment incorporates different techniques and strategies in order to identify interventions to address problem behaviors. Once there are reasons behind why the child has that type of behavior, it is more likely to create an effective behavioral intervention plan and decide which strategies that encourage appropriate behavior and discourage inappropriate behavior. So if a student may be lacking certain academic skills in the classroom and cannot perform like his or her classmates, or they may not like a subject and lack motivation, the plan must include set goals and objectives to describe the direct intervention and replacement behaviors and how they will be taught to the students.
Yeah, Omnia, there is a point. Point here.
Yes. So, no two people will see the same child in identical ways. Too often and honest educators can be asked to observe the same child. What they see and interpret will depend on what they decide to look for and their own particular perspectives. So when teachers want to evaluate a child, there's some things that they need to consider first. During observation, it's important to remember background details, child's age, date, setting, children involved, observing educator, play behaviors, focus on play behaviors that you see as it helps us to gather information on the child. Development, interests, and social skills. For example, playing in the water trough, filling up the bucket with water, fills water to the top. Positive language. Use positive language. Focus on what the child is doing and avoid using judgmental language. For example, good, silly, excellent. That doesn't describe what's happening. Be factual. Describe only what actually happened. Don't make any suggestion. Be relevant. Include details of direct quotes and information about the context of the observation. And be objective. Provide facts and details during the observation. For example, Maya put TV on the table. For example, someone picks up a spoon and pretended to feed it. Yummy rice, she says. Avoid being subject. Do not add your opinion, personal experience, thoughts, or judgments when writing down observation. For example, Maya has been crying because she misses her mom and she's scared. Don't know what's the reason she's crying. And actually, I wanted to ask Dr. Ashraf. You asked me and it's your turn now. We had a chat yesterday and he told me he was teaching for 10 years and he evaluated too many students. So I wanted to ask him about the challenges, in his opinion, when he evaluates students.
I think any work face a challenge, especially in special education, because we work with the cases with abnormal students. But for my side, from my experience, when I evaluate different cases for special education here in UAE, the big challenge for us, we didn't have here a standardized test have validity and reality. This is the first point for me. Okay? Because if you have a standardized test, okay, you can take a decision, put a correct plan. So from my side, this is the first point. The second point about the challenge I face it from my experience before as a clinical experience, different people, different parents refuse to evaluate their sons. Okay, I remember one day one school asked me to come to assist and evaluate a student with low visions. So when I go, I see he have different behavior. Okay, he needs support. He needs special education service. And when the schools invite his other students to attend the evaluations, and when I start to write a report and write my recommendation, the student needs support from special education specialists, needs service, needs assistive technology, needs IED. The mother tell me, please cancel this sentence. Okay, you can give to him the support without time. This is a very problem. Okay, so I think in special education we need more guidance program. Okay, to change attitude from negative to positive attitude. This is the main challenge for me. Okay, and I have a good news now. From special education department, we start to work with the Ministry of Education to create the first tools valid in UAE in different fields.
We also have the embassy.
Yes, also additional tools are first embassy in Project Romero. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think Dr. Maria explains what MBC very clearly, but what have we done in this project? This is the group, the team members of the project. We have members from different departments and different educational levels. Because we needed data from physical department as well. So basically what we have done is 3 steps. First, translation of the NDC to Arabic. Create the Arabic online version. Translate it to Arabic back-to-back translation for the whole procedure, and we engage professors in language and faculty members and native speakers in the translation process. The Arabic online version includes consent form, can you move the mouse to the barcode? Yeah. To the QR code, it has link. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's the QR code. Yeah.
Click.
It won't be. It won't be shown.
Okay, that's clear. So the NBC checklists have consent form. So the parents or caregivers or teachers, whoever is carrying the form, need to agree on the form before they started the questions. And
sorry, can we go through the website? Because we have it in the website.
So we have to stop sharing.
This is not the website, this is the online version.
All right.
So do I?
That's fine. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the next step is to create LinkedIn and Facebook pages. You can see the accounts and you can follow us, please. The reason we chose Facebook and LinkedIn media channels is that we have friends and colleagues which we want to share knowledge and experience with them. We have many followers for now, and we share in these pages the recent data, information, publications, articles in assessing children at risk. And the third step is creating the NBC website. I would like to open the website if we can. We'll have a look on the website. The website includes the Arabic version. So if any teacher wants to use the NBC, you just need to, this is the version, okay. This is the consent form. Okay, and then the questions start. But we need the other QR code for the website slide. Now the other one, there's another one. Website, no. Website, not the online version, the website.
No, that's it. There's no link.
Anyway, just click.
So, in the website, we share many recent articles, papers, publications, information. We have further readings and videos. We have the message list. We have also our channels if someone wants to contact us and have any further information. Next. So, the website. Now we want to share, for those who have the papers, these are the papers with the answers. And for our online participants, please scan the QR code that will appear now.
Can we have the QR code?
The website.
Maybe open the
And we want to play a game, quick game, 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Yeah, please scan the QR code. And this is the code here, 6687954. We're waiting for a good number of players to answer the question, because we want to test our teachers' knowledge on evaluating an assistant job. And see Sana, hi Sana. Amna. Please, everyone, join. Just wait. Good, we have Aisha, Najia.
No,
14, maybe we can start now. We have 15.
Let's start. It's gonna spray now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. We
They can join us.
You can join us.
They can join us.
Stop.
So please answer the following question with yes or no.
This is the QR code.
Each question will have 10 seconds to answer. They can join us anytime. Is impossibility a symptom of ADHD? Yes or no?
Okay.
No cheating.
No cheating. No. Try.
So 18 got it right, and 5 teachers got it wrong. Next question. Is lack of eye contact a main symptom of depression? Yes or no? Okay, let's see. 18 got it right now. Let's see the next question, third question. Is stereotype behaviors a sign of anxiety? Yes or no? Twenty-seven answers, 28. Oh, yes. Wow. There's some 18 good teachers here. So, last question. And I want to see your opinion. Do you think that a checklist for children will help teachers to identify children with disability in class? So, 31 thinks yes, and 1 thinks no. So 31, use the NVC, it's in the website. Okay, so let's go back to the slide, please. Sana. Oh, she wins, Sana. Well done, Sana. So, the highest result of education is tolerance. So before I end my presentation, I wanted to share a story about an American citizen. He said, so I have this neighbor who I never saw one word to. Every time I drive by my car or when I had only a bicycle, we just wave towards each other, and that's it. That was our whole communication. And today I decided to go and get some coffee from the gas station. And when I drive by, I saw him at the garage. And like always, we waved towards each other. I decided to do something different today. So I got my cup of coffee and I also got him a cup of coffee. So I can finally meet this guy who I was waiting to for like a year and a half. I went to him, and this old man came with a smile on his face, and I gave him a cup of coffee, and his daughter walked out at the same time. She told me that he actually had autism, and his favorite part of the day is when I go to work, I come from work, and we wave at each other. That was his favorite part of the day. That hit me right in the heart and made me feel so good. So just by a single act of waving, I made somebody's day. Be kind to one each other. Be tolerant. So thank you everyone for your attention, and please go to our wall colors over there and write something about disability, acceptance, and tolerance.
And thank you. Feel free to go and write something, maybe in a different language. We try Chinese, Greek, Arabic. Give a message there, and you can also, we have pens, and you can also take a pin and wear it for autism and disabilities. Thank you for attending today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Hadid, and I'm currently a PhD student at UAE in special education. So I'm just going to quickly talk to you about trauma in young children and young adults, okay? As we all know, trauma is an experience that could be long-lasting, it's life-threatening, very dangerous, and could influence a child into adulthood. So today,
It's the other way around. And point here. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's not moving there, but can you move it down, please? Yeah, but stop sharing. Stop sharing.
so why I decided to talk about trauma in general today in children and young adults is because we often have children who have been affected by traumatic experiences in our classroom, yet we don't really recognize that they've been through it. I've started with some symptoms that some children can have that are affected by trauma. And you can see they are connected to other kinds of disorders. However, with trauma, we all know that that could later lead on to depression and lead on to many factors, okay? So let me just go down, all right? So what we don't recognize is that trauma is all around us. And according to research, they say that 2 or 4 in young children are affected by trauma, but because trauma is on a spectrum, we don't know how far the trauma has affected that child. There isn't one tool, one assessment tool that can identify that a child has suffered from trauma. However, if we already know of a certain incident like a parent's death, or if that child has been a victim of war, then we know how to deal with it. But in the case that we don't know that this student has been affected by trauma, it's important for the classroom teacher to keep an eye on some of the symptoms that were on the last slide. So if that student is aggressive, if that student is empty-eyed and sad, if that student is very unattached to their friends, not interacting, it's important for teachers in the general classroom to recognize those signs in children and start to take some action. So what I'm mainly speaking to everyone about today is that there is a term called trauma-informed teaching that us teachers need to be aware of. And that basically means that we recognize that this student could be suffering from trauma, and therefore we're culturally responsive. We make the appropriate accommodations for that student. We see what we can provide for that student, how we can keep them involved. And that's pretty much it, just to raise awareness on children who have been affected by trauma. Awesome.
Dr. Maria. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is Mia. Well done. Thank you. Oh, really?
All right, go ahead.
Yes, please, the three of us.
Through an ABD.
Dr. Muhammad and Ms. Marwa, you can start.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في صوت؟ ممتاز. سامعيني؟
سامعينك دكتور. Yes, your voice is clear.
All right. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again and welcome back again. My name is Dr. Muhammad Al-Hosani. Thank you all for attending this session, and I hope, inshallah, you enjoy it. And I'm here actually to introduce my former student, Ms. Marwa Al-Yamahi. MashaAllah alayha, Ms. Marwa, she's very active, and she's been an excellent student actually in my class. And just a brief introduction about her. She's a scientific laboratory specialist in Cycle 1, Al-Hilu School. She just graduated from Education Innovation Program in the last semester. She's a certified trainer in the Emirates School establishment. MashaAllah, she have won different awards locally and internationally as well. So the application she have just invented. So this is not the first application. I think she have done one last semester as well. So what is it actually? It's part of our Master of Education Innovation Program. Our students have to create an e-portfolio that includes the action research, includes reflection papers about the program, learning objective, and the contents they have learned and the courses they took, and how they can apply these these aspects in the context in the real work, which means in the field. So Ms. Marwa actually came up with a brilliant idea in creating an application that actually fastens the reporting about incidents as regards to any type of bullying that might be our children facing in the schools today. So it is a great idea actually to come up with such an application to inform our school administrators, such as social workers or social affairs, in a speedy, very short amount of time, because being able to report such an incident and record it in any type of bullying behaviors is a crucial part of any anti-bullying strategy in schools. And we hear a lot today about a lot of incidents that are happening, and so I'm not going to talk about this, but I will let, inshallah, Ms. Marwa to talk about it. So who can use this program and application? Actually, the application can be used by bullied students, can be used also by students who saw an incident right in front of them. Teachers also can be using this application, and most importantly, our parents. So why are we creating? So what is the problem? And so I think the problem is not, the problem can be summarized in one sentence, is not all incidents can be reported or reported. And why do you think we should let our children suffer in silence? So this is kind of very important thing that we need to remember, and part of this application, hopefully it will fasten the speed in reporting any incidents. So I do have actually a quote that one of the young students said, in this quote, he said, after I had talked about the bullying and nothing happened, I started to get really angry. The teachers had not listened to me. They made me feel I couldn't talk to anyone. And I started to get really angry and taking it out on my family, which means taking it home, because no one had listened to me at all in schools. So this is a kind of a quote from young students, and I thought it would be valuable to just mention. So I will leave the floor for Ms. Marwa to talk to us on how she came up with her innovative idea, and how and why it's important, this application, to our students. But I do apologize for non-Arabic speakers, because the educational renovation program in Dubai was in Arabic, and in Marwa she rather that she explained this in Arabic, inshallah. But I'm sure you will like when she showed and how she created the program and how the program runs. I think she will show us also a movie. تفضلي أستاذة مروة.
إن شاء الله. أول شيء السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساء السعادة على الحضور والمستمعين. في البداية حابة أشكر جامعة الإمارات وبالتحديد كلية التربية على إتاحتها لي فرصة عرض مشروعي في هذا الحدث المهم. وطبعا الشكر موصول كذلك للدكتور محمد الحوسني الذي أشرف على رسالتي والذي جعلني أفكر خارج الصندوق في حل هذه المشكلة، وهي مشكلة التنمر. فمن لا يشكر الناس لا يشكر الله. بفضل الله وفضل فارس التميز وصاحب القلب الكبير المرحوم الشيخ حمدان بن راشد آل مكتوم طيب الله ثراه، قدم لي منحة لدراسة ماجستير التربية الابتكارية في جامعة الإمارات. اللهم ارحمه واكرم مثواه واجعل الجنة مستقره ومواه، اللهم آمين. الرسالة اللي قدمتها كانت بعنوان أثر استخدام برنامج قائم على توظيف التطبيق الرقمي الذكي على التقليل من ظاهرة التنمر المدرسي. وطبعا اليوم أنا راح أسلط الضوء على التطبيق الرقمي الذكي، والذي أطلقت عليه باسم الإداري الرقمي لحماية طلابي من التنمر. طبعا على الرغم من التقدم المذهل في تطوير العملية التعليمية التي حققتها دولة الإمارات في زمن ليس بكبير، إلا أن نظام التعليم في الإمارات لا يزال يعاني من بعض المشكلات، منها مشكلة التنمر، والتي طبعا تعتبر شكل من أشكال السلوك العدواني في البيئة المدرسية. وطبعا كانت للدراسات الأجنبية سبق في دراسة هذه الظاهرة لأن هذه الظاهرة شكلت في آنذاك من تهديد لحياة الطلاب وعدم رغبتهم للذهاب للمدرسة وتفكيرهم في الانتحار. في المقابل جاء الاهتمام بدراسة التنمر المدرسي متأخراً في عالمنا العربي، كما اتجهت هذه الدراسات أغلبها إلى البحث عن أسباب التنمر وركزت على تشخيص الظاهرة وليس علاجها. ودولة الإمارات طبعاً كان لها السبق في مواجهة ومنع كل أشكال التنمر في المدارس، لكن كان ينقصها التحديد الدقيق لحجم هذه الظاهرة وطرق اكتشافها. فاقتراح حل مشكلة التواصل بين الطلاب المتنمرين عليهم والإدارة المدرسية من خلال تكنولوجيا الاتصالات والمعلومات. طبعاً في هذا الزمن ما حد يقدر يستغنى عفواً عن هذه التكنولوجيا في وقتنا الحالي. طبعاً هنا ظهرت لي حاجة ملحة لتطوير عملية التواصل الطلاب مع الإدارة المدرسية للتبليغ عن حالة التنمر اللي يتعرضون لها وتمكن من الوقت نفسه تقدير الحجم الحقيقي لحالات التنمر. لذلك صممت برنامج ذكي لتسهيل التبليغ عن حالة التنمر. طبعاً هناك في مؤشر السلامة والجريمة في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية أن الجرائم المرتبطة بالتنمر المدرسي استمرت بالازدياد، 318 حالة وفاة ومن بينها 55 حالة انتحار. وأيضاً بموجب مسح عالمي أجري حول صحة المدارس عام 2018 تم إصدار تقرير دولي حول التنمر في 47 دولة وكان من بينها دولة الإمارات. أظهرت هذه النتائج في هذا التقرير أن 29% من الطلاب في المتوسط يتعرضون للمضايقات كل شهر، وكانت النسبة في دولة الإمارات 31%، أي أعلى قليلاً من المتوسط الدولي. وقمت أنا بمسح مبدئي على الطالبات قبل تطبيق البرنامج، فوجدت أن نسبة الطالبات اللي تعرضوا للتنمر 9.1%. وطبعاً يا للأسف هناك كثير من الحوادث والمواقف صارت في مجتمعنا وخارجه، وسمعنا عنها في واقعنا وفي مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي اللي تتعلق بالتنمر. مثل الحادثة صارت بالكويت لطالبة عمرها 15 سنة قفزت من شرفة بناية مؤلفة من 14 طابق نتيجة حالتها النفسية السيئة عن تعرضها للتنمر من قبل زميلاتها في المدرسة بسبب جنسية والدتها، وفارقت الفتاة الحياة على الفور. وين دوري أنا كمعلمة؟ وين دورك أنت وأنت اللي تسمعوني الآن؟ وطبعا أيضا ولي الأمر والإدارة والمرشدين كذلك من هذه الحوادث المتعلقة بالتنمر. فما هو التطبيق الإداري الرقمي لحماية الطلاب من التنمر؟ هو عبارة عن تطبيق الأجهزة الذكية يهدف إلى عمل قناة اتصال مباشرة بين ولي الأمر والطالب اللي تعرض للتنمر والمعلم والإداري المسؤول عن هذا التطبيق، بهدف التبليغ عن حالات التنمر اللي يتعرض لها طلاب المدارس ومتابعتها. وطبعا التطبيق راح يتكون من تطبيقين، تطبيق خاص بالطالب اللي تعرض للتنمر، واللي يسمح أيضا لأولياء أمورهم بتقديم ورفع الشكاوى وعن حالات التنمر بشكل سهل وسلس. وأيضا هناك تطبيق للمعلم أو الإداري المسؤول عن هذا التطبيق الذي يستقبل الشكوى ويسمح له برؤية تفاصيل هذا الشكوى ومتابعتها. طبعا تم بناء برمجة هذا التطبيق على منصة الكودلر. الحين بالتفصيل راح أعطيكم تطبيق الطالب. مثل أنتم ما شايفين في الصور أن عند فتح التطبيق تظهر خدمة التبليغ عن حالة التنمر، وعند اختيار هذه الخدمة والضغط عليها ينتقل التطبيق إلى الصفحة الثانية. يقوم هذا المستخدم سواء ولي الأمر اللي ابنه تعرض للتنمر أو الطالب نفسه اللي تعرض للتنمر بملء المعلومات الضرورية للشكوى وإرسالها. وراح أعرض لكم فيديو آلية عمل هذا البرنامج. فعند إرسال هذه الشكوى يقوم التطبيق بإرسال إشعار تنبيه إلى المعلم وإرسال تفاصيل الشكوى إلى قاعدة البيانات. شو أهمية هذه قاعدة البيانات؟ إنها تخزن جميع الشكاوى وتسمح للمعلم أو الإداري المسؤول عن هذا التطبيق باسترجاعها في أي وقت. أما بالنسبة لتطبيق المعلم مثل ما شايفين في الصورة، عند استلام المعلم أو الإداري المسؤول عن هذا التطبيق لوجود شكوى جديدة، يفتح المعلم أو الإداري التطبيق ويمكن رؤية قائمة الشكاوى المقدمة. فعند الضغط على الشكوى ينتقل التطبيق إلى تفاصيل الشكوى، وفي حال متابعة الشكوى والوصول إلى نهاية للشكوى يمكن للمعلم أن يضغط على إنهاء للشكوى والرجوع إلى الصفحة الرئيسية. طبعا شو الهدف من هذا البرنامج او من هذا التطبيق؟ طبعا راح يسهل ويسرع عمليه التواصل بين الطلاب والاداره المدرسيه في التبليغ عن حالات التنمر. ايضا راح يوفر مؤشرات رقميه عن عدد حالات التنمر المبلغ عنها، واللي تمكننا من معرفه اذا كان هناك اتساع تصاعدي في المدرسه هذه ام تنازلي لحالات التنمر. ايضا يستطيع الاداره المدرسيه عمل ملف الكتروني لكل طالب موضح فيه شخصيه كل طالب، ما اذا كان متنمر او من ضحايا التنمر وتفاصيل كل حادثه، الذي سيسهل على الاداره المدرسيه في معالجه قضايا الطلاب وحل مشاكلهم. خلونا نسمع هذا الفيديو آلية عمل تطبيق هذا البرنامج. يشاركون صوت واضح.
هذا مروة فيديو ما مشبع.
ما في صوت؟
ما في صوت والصورة ثابتة.
في صوت صح؟ في صوت يعني صح؟
ما في صوت والصورة ثابتة.
دكتور محمد تسمع الصوت؟
الصوت واضح لكن الصورة ثابتة.
لا راح تتحرك الصورة بعد شوي دكتور.
اوكي لا زين.
لماذا فكرت مروة بهذا التطبيق؟ لأن هذا التطبيق سيؤدي إلى سرعة وسهولة عملية التواصل بين الطالب اللي تعرض للتنمر وأولياء أمورهم وبين الإدارة المدرسية، وسيساعد أيضا الإدارة المدرسية في متابعة الطلاب المتنمرين وحصرهم أولا بأول، والكشف المبكر لسلوك المتنمر، وسرعة تدخل الإدارة في معالجة هذه الظاهرة. طبعا أنا طبقت هذا البرنامج على الطالبات الحلقة الثانية، وراح أركز على الجزء الثاني وبالتحديد المحور الأول بعد فعالية البرنامج، واللي كان يتكون من 6 عبارات. طبعا من العبارات اللي أنا سجلتها للطلاب: هل البرنامج سهل الاستخدام ومتاح في كل أوقات المدرسة؟ هل البرنامج سري جدا بحيث لا يعلم أي أحد بماذا قمت بإبلاغه به؟ هل يمكن البرنامج من سرعة التواصل مع الإدارة المدرسية؟ هل الإدارة المدرسية تستجيب بسرعة للحالات المبلغ عنها من خلال التطبيق؟ أشعر بأن التطبيق قد رفع من اهتمام الإدارة المدرسية بشكاوى التنمر. أرى أن البرنامج قد أسهم في تقليل ظاهرة التنمر المدرسي، ومثل ما ملاحظين أن فعالية البرنامج ككل من وجهة نظر الطلاب كانت مرتفعة بنسبة 87.1. وطبعا أنا في النهاية أقول إن فكرة صغيرة تخدم الوطن، وهذا التطبيق الذكي راح يخدم الإدارة المدرسية. صحيح إنه ما راح يعني يحل المشكلة بشكل نهائي، ولكن يساهم في سرعة التواصل لحل هذه المشكلة. وإن شاء الله من هذا التطبيق راح تتولد أفكار ومقترحات للتطوير عليه، سواء من قبل أنا أو من قبلكم أنتم يا مستمعين ويا حضور. والسلام ختام، والكلام عندك دكتور محمد.
شكرا، يعطيك العافيه، ما قصرتي.
الله يعافيك، الله يعافيك دكتور.
فعلا لا شك لا شك لك، يعني فكره بسيطه قد يعني تقلل او تسرع من تفاقم او تراكم هذه المشاكل الموجوده في المدارس. اعتقد فكره رائعه، يعطيك العافيه، ما قصرتي. طبعا هل هذا البرنامج راح يحلها؟ ليس مثل ما قلت، ليس ما راح يحل المشكله، ولكن على الاقل راح يساهم في الابلاغ والاستماع في الابلاغ والتواصل كذلك بين المدرسه والمنزل. يعطيك العافيه وما قصرتي. اتمنى حقيقه ان شاء الله انه يصير في تطوير لهذا البرنامج
ان شاء الله،
وان شاء الله يطبق في السنوات القادمه باذن الله تعالى. فعلا مشروع رائع، واتمنى لك التوفيق وشكرا.
الله يحفظك،
يعطيك العافيه.
الله يحفظك.
شكرا للجميع.
في امان الله.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed Hosseini and Ms. Marwa Limahi for the amazing idea of the application and bullying and combating bullying. Now we are going to have a lunch break, and we're going to come back at 1 for the program assessment tool for inclusive learning and educational overview adaptive behavior scale. Thank you and enjoy your time.
والأسرة. تقوم رؤيتنا ورسالتنا في المختبر على محورين متكاملين في عالم التربية الخاصة. أولهم وأهمهم أصحاب الهمم الذين سيتلقون خدمات التشخيص والتأهيل ذات الجودة العالية. وأما المحور الآخر فهم طلاب من كلية التربية الذين سيخطون أول خطواتهم العملية في هذا المختبر بإذن الله.
I'm our Special Education Department Chair. As a Department of Special Education Chair, I'm very honored to welcome you to the Department of Special Education on behalf of my colleagues and to introduce you to our department. As the Department of Special Education, we offer a number of programs, including
Hello, everyone. Welcome back, and we hope you've had a great time in your break. Next, we would like to have Ms. Siham, Professor Ocean Meheri, Dr. Helen Gueles, and Ms. Bedriya Sedani to present assessment tools for inclusive learning and education, an overview of the adaptive behavior scale. Ms. Siham will start with a small activity.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Nice to see you. I am so happy to participate in this event, Expo Dubai 2020, and I would like to thank my department to give me this chance to be here with you. I am so grateful to have you with me today. Before I'm starting, I will introduce myself. My name is Siham Tayyib. I have a master's degree in family and child psychology and diploma in special education and one more diploma in cognitive behavioral therapy. I have 17 years experience as a psychologist. Recently, I am working as senior lab specialist in special education department at United Arab Emirates University. So, I have idea. Before I start to talk about child and family lab services. I will ask you one question. Focus with me and listen to me carefully. I will ask you one question, and you have 2 minutes only to think. Then you will give me, and you have one chance to answer. This question to gauge your IQ. So, focus please. Here.
There is a cake.
I will eat it. Here, I have a cake, and you have a knife. I want from you to cut this cake by using the 3 motions only. You have 3 motions only to give me 8 pieces. You know what?
Nabil.
Come.
Nabil. Yeah.
But many problems. 1, 2.
Good. Yeah. So you will take it. This is for you. Now let's start with my presentation. I will give you a brief description about child and family lab services. So, special education child and family lab has a significant goal to expand educational chances that students may receive the best possible education regardless of their abilities or disabilities. Also, special education lab realize the vital role that education plays in a society. It is allows students of all abilities, socioeconomic background, and race to come together to learn not only about academic and and around the world of them, but also about each other. The Special Education Lab seeks to address special education training, educate children with disabilities in state-of-the-art facility for research and development of the best practice. What's happening? Yeah. As men established in the world, we should have vision and mission. So, our vision is striving to provide students with determination and their families the best special education, assessment, and remediation services. For our mission that's related to the vision, of course, to provide assessment and remediation services in special education to the United Arab Emirates University and also local communities, and to provide special education students with early practical experience. Now, let's talk about the lab services. Number one, identify areas of weakness and strength for students of determination in academic, behavior, and development areas by using some assessment and tools that related to IQ tests and some of them related to adaptive behavior that Dr. Badriya was talking about it. Assessing the students' intellectual ability, offering consultation services to students of determination, their families and teachers by making family counseling for the parents that's related to cases we're receiving from outside. Organizing workshops, training for parents of children of determination, teachers and school professionals in special education, especially these establishments that seeks to make collaboration with the United Arab Emirates to make some similar project together. Providing hands-on experience to United Arab Emirates University Special Education Department students in dealing with individuals of determination. Providing psychological counseling services to students of determination and their families. Diagnostic and consultation services for many kinds of speech and language disorder, and the last, enrichment program, summer and weekend for the gifted and talented students, especially STEAM that Dr. Hala mentioned and has spoken about it on the last Tuesday. Which type of group that we are dealing with? We have 8 target groups. Number 1, learning disability, language and communication disorder, vital impairment and hearing impairment, autism, and Down syndrome, attention deficit and hyperactive disorder, gifted and talented students. Now I have some workshops that organized before in the first semester. I will demonstrate for you.
The second one?
Yeah. We organized 5 workshops for the university. The workshop number 1, attention deficit hyperactive disorder, visiting by Dr. Ashraf. The role of family and school in supporting gifted students, visited by Dr. Ahmed Hamdan. 3-day difficult children with disabilities, visited by Dr. Muhammad Safi. And the role of assistive technology, presented by Mr. Ahmed Muhammad. This is coming from outside. And neuroscience in special education department, presented by Mr. Lazar Muhammad. And also we designed a brochure that have there. You can see it. 23 special education department students on how to run a case study presented by me. Organize the white came and introduce a video for the special education department. I hope if we have time to demonstrate the video. Organize a training course to teach the basic occupy for 9 students of sensory disability from the special education also. Training the students of collecting primary data and how to hold the first session. Participated in the Sharjah Expo and the Najah exhibition on Abu Dhabi. And the last services provided services to the outside community by receiving cases of students with special needs. Thank you so much for your hearing me. Now we will continue with Dr. Badriya.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Nice to meet you all. Nice to be here in Expo 2020 Dubai. My name is Badriya. I'm PhD candidate in Special Education Department. 13 years experience in health, industry, and educational facilities. Today I will present you about Emirati Child Adaptive Behavior Scale that we have conducted here in United Arab Emirates, within Arab Emirates culture for the first time in the UAE in years 2019 and 2020. So what's the Emirati Child Adaptive Behavior? First, before we start, what's adaptive behavior skill? Adaptive behavior, actually, it's a set of critical skills that we used to do in our everyday life. These skills is very important for socialization and for continuity of life. However, the deficit in these skills can lead to some disorders such as neurodevelopmental disorders like intellectual disability. So the Emirati Child Adaptive Behavior Scale is standardized rating scale that's used with Emirati children aged from 1 year to 18 years old. And it is provides psychometrically sound measurement for adaptive behavior skills for this age group. As you can see, it's 1 to 18 years. That's mean from infancy to the end of cycle 2. So the scale has the psychometric properties of face, content, convergent, divergent, construct, and validation, as well as high test, retest, and iterator abilities. The scale can be used by psychologists, by special educators, can be used by health professionals and researchers. The purpose of this scale is to implement and diagnosis and classification of disabilities such as mainly intellectual disability. It can also help to diagnose other neurodevelopmental disabilities such as ADHD and to facilitate issue of eligibility for special education provision and service, and develop effective individual intervention plan to monitor, evaluate intervention, and for their research purpose and intervention. The Emirati Child Adaptive Behavior Scale was developed by Special Education Department at the United Arab Emirates with the organization of people of determination, rather collaborative research. So the scale domains, as you can see here, we have 10 main domains or areas of measurement: communication, pre-academic, measure, social, self-care, self-orientation or self-direction, motor skill, operational society life, and home skill, health and safety. After this is just the theory part. Later we will see some videos how we apply this, how we apply it in the real situation. So scale special features. This scale is the first scale of its kind in the United Arab Emirates culture or in the national level of the UAE. It is the first scale that measures direct examination of the child as well as parents and teacher rating. Usually most of the scale in the worldwide they are using the rating of parents and teacher. However, in our scale we add the examination of the child, so there is an interaction between the examiner and the child. So this is the practical application part. So it's measured adaptive behavior skill in the Emirati environment, such as school, like kindergartens, nurseries, home, and community. It's also for age group. It has, as you can see, previously there's 2 forms. The first form for the age group 1 to 16 years, and the second form is for 7 to 18 years. And the average completion time is between 20 to 30 minutes. And the average number of items for each domain, as you can see, we have 10 areas or 10 domains. The average item is 34. So the sample that we have conducted on was 920 students from all Emirates, the 7 Emirates, including Emirati and Arab children, male and female, from different age groups. So this is the application method. You can see some of it is there is application by the examiner, and some of it is joint examination by the examiner as well as the parents and teacher. So this is the sample of items. We have list of items, and this is and each item. For example, students or children from 1 to 6 years, there is a box of item for them, and for students from 7 to 18 years, there is a separate box for them. So this is some item that we use for data collection process and for the application later on when anyone wants to apply it. So these are the list of items. So I just put some of the item list here in Arabic, and the MG, can we open the video?
No video. Yeah, which video?
Some list of this is some list of items. As you can see, there's tools, there's toothbrush, there is board, there is dolls, toys, because this is for daily activity. So there is a teeth also. So if the child don't want to go on their own, they can use some of teeth. So there is different type of items. And now I will show you some practical example of scale domains, of some scale domains. So first, just to understand how we collect, so because it's in Arabic, just I want to show you how we can do the rating here. You can see the basal age. If the child got at least 3, here the child got 4, so this is the basal age. But if he got 3, so this is the basal age. If the child got continuously 3 zeros, that's means this is the ceiling age for that child. So here we have basal age and ceiling age. Of course, at the data collection at the beginning, we will have the chronological age of that child. So this is the rating based on the examiner rating and based on the basing rating. This form will be available actually in the main form that's in Arabic. So here we translated in English for the presentation purpose. So two, if the behavior occurs, so the child will get 2. If you observe that the behavior sometimes appear or with assistance or support of the parents or of the examiner, the child will get 1. And if the behavior didn't occur at all, the child will get 0. Remember, if the child gets 0, so this is the ceiling. And if the child, some of the children, they know that they have the ability to do the behavior, but they don't want to do it. So we will put CR, and then when it's not applicable for the child, maybe based on his age or any other issues. So I want to open the video here. So as you can see here, this is communication. So as observer, I will watch the child. This here a child is 24 months. His name is Ziad. And just observe if he will produce some sound. He was stubborn. He just wanted to sing and sing and sing. So because we couldn't hear the voice, but he was singing here. So we asked the child, we gave him the toys. So in this one, just in this picture, how many scales you can see? How many scales you can see in this video? Can I repeat the video? Okay. The previous one, the previous video. Okay. Yes, you can see here. Oh, it's not coming. Yes. So, yeah, this is the one. So you can see the child here is producing sound. The child is playing with cubes. So you can from just one observation you can just have many scales. Yeah, you can just have many scales. You can just put a tick in different scales. It can go with the data. It can go with communication. So these 2 scales here, and it can go with motor also. So there's 3 scales here the child is able to do. Later scales here. Let me open the video. Okay. So here the child is similar child here. This scale is supposed to be for the age of 36 months, but the child here is able to do the scale. Okay. So you will ask here the child to build a certain shape, and it's not coming. Yeah, it's not. You will ask the child to build a certain shape, and then you will observe the child's ability to do it. It's like similar now here. So in later also. So here the child also is building that shape. You can see. We ask him to build a tower. So he tried to build, and we show him a picture of the tower, and he tried just to build the tower line. And this one next. Yeah. Also, this is later scale, the similar child's yard. So here we ask the child here to play with football, playing with a ball alone. So to show the ability, if he has coordination also. This is for later, this is for motor. So we can use it in different scales. So here this is for motor scale. The child is playing with a dog. You will examiner or observe the child. Here also we have different scales that we can measure. The child was talking. So she is 48 months. Her name is Wi'am. 48 months. Her name is Wi'am, and she did a very nice job. Actually, she forms fish and she forms flower. So we measure here the motor skill as well as later, as well as communications. Next. So here's self-orientation skill. Self-orientation skill. This is Maria, and she is, I think, KG2. So she's holding the cup. She's supposed to hold the cup and walk with the cup. Hold with one hand. She's holding with two hands and walk with the cup, and then she will drink by herself. This skill is for 48-month child, but she couldn't actually do it. If the child couldn't do the skill, we have to go back and check the previous skills if they have the ability to do it. So next one. This is Mariam also. She is using scissor to cut a line of paper. So she will draw a straight line on a white sheet paper, and we will ask her to cut in that straight line without divert from that line.
No video.
You can see she starts cutting. Also, this is for the motor skill for Maria. She should leap forward in a straight line on one leg. So we will ask the child to jump on one leg and to move forward to check her motor skill ability. Also, there's another skill for jumping and using the rope, but I didn't add it. So here, this is one sample for students. He's 11 years old, Muhammad, and he should write on a straight line without lines to be divergent or moved. For example, you can see here he's going up. He cannot write on a straight line. So he's 11 years old. So the observer should look at this and rate it. How much you would give, Muhammad? 2, 1, or 0? You can see the skill writing on a straight line without lines to base on. There's no lines to base on. 2. You can see he's going up.
Okay, 1.
So we can give him 1. That's all. This is the application, and that's all for Emirati Child Adaptive Behavior Scale that we have finished in 2020. Hopefully it will be helpful for all of you as a special ed teacher, as psychologist, and for health professional. Thank you.
Remember to appoint the terminal to give the certificate to the participants.
Professor Osha is here.
Can I ask?
Professor Hada. Miss Siha. Miss Gibran.
Thank you for your amazing presentations. We would like now to have Dr. Abir Al-Nasri deliver her presentation, The Power of Self-Leadership.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me. Just a minute, Dr. Abir.
We can, but okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for United Arab University for giving me this opportunity to present part of the knowledge that I have. I'm really happy because I'm coming back to the university that I graduated from as a first degree. So I have like a special place and heart for UAU. I'm really old now, so I believe none of the current either faculty or people who are around UAU now can remember myself. Okay, let's go to what we have today. We are going to talk about the power of self-leadership. Let me introduce myself. Adil Najib Rasli. I'm the director of the Students Leadership Department of Design University. My specialist, my passion, my thing that I live and eat and drink and breathe with is leadership and sharing the knowledge about it in all levels. So I managed to get myself a certification from John Maxwell Leadership Academy as a certified coach and speaker to be able to share this knowledge with as much as possible. And usually I make sure that I start with the youth because they are the leaders of the future. So we always make sure that we work with those people first before going for the people who are already in a leadership position because they already have the basic. So usually we focus with the young generation. Okay, so leaders. Every leader that you will come through your life as a student, as a person in an organization, at home with your friends, they always focus on making sure that they are achieving the goal. They have a set of goals, they have a vision, they have something that they are working toward with their team, with their people, with their organization. And they make everything possible to go around life within that target they want to achieve. And within that journey, they forget themselves as a person and as a leader. Because as a leader for your team, for the people that you are working with, you are the role model. You are the example that they are following. And for them to follow you, they need to understand who you are as a person, what you do for yourself first as a leader, and then what you do for other people around you. So basically, all leaders, regardless who they are, always forget about themselves. Very small percentage who really focus on what do I do with myself and how do I understand myself as a leader and as a person to be able to make sure that people are going to follow me and we work together for that journey or for that vision. If we think of leaders around the world, the most important thing they need to focus on is yourself before thinking about others. Looking around leaders, and I'm going to give like close examples for ourselves, people who we consider as our leaders within United Arab Emirates. These people, Sheikh Zayed al-Hamad, Sheikh Mohammed, and a lot other, I'm just giving like small examples that will resonate with everyone here. These people have followers who will follow them to the end of the world without questioning, right? Without questioning, you are going to follow them. Why? Because they present the actual quality of a leader. Simply, they started with themselves, working in themselves, and then they brought the example for people in front of them. So people are following them. They don't question anything they will say or will do because they understand clearly that these people have put effort on themselves and then they moved on for other people around them. Because, again, this is like a simple statement that you can read. If you don't have people who believe in you, you are not a leader. You are leading no one. That's as simple as that. To be able to have the followers, people who will believe in you blindly, in some cases, you need to give them the example that they will follow. So they won't question what you are doing and why you are doing it and how you are doing it. They will just do things with you. Okay, so let's define it in a simple few sentences. If you Google, for example, defining leadership or what does self-leadership mean, you will get like hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of definitions coming from different perspectives. I'm putting here a very simple one that I just collected from different definitions because I wanted to focus on a few words within that definition. Self-leadership is about understanding. That's the most important thing. Understanding who you are. Because that's where the whole story will start. Who I am, who you are. And then knowing what you are doing. What do you do? What are your strengths? What are the things that make you different than other people around you? So you can present that for people around you. And achieve who we want to do and who we want to become in our life. I know who I am, I understand my quality, I understand who I am in terms of my strength and the area that I know I can influence people at. I know what I'm doing with them, and I know who I want to be in the future, along with the people around me. So it all starts with understanding yourself. Okay, why is it important? Besides everything I have just said about the importance of leadership and having the people to follow you blindly sometimes and being able to achieve the goal, the target, the vision that you have, there are certain things that you need also to focus on. Accomplishing yourself as a person. Before thinking about other people, me as a person, I have my own dreams. I have my own target in life. I have my own things that I would like to accomplish, to achieve, to say to myself at the end of the year, for example, that I achieved 1, 2, 3 in my journey, and this is my plan for next year. So that's the first important thing that you need to think of. Good leaders, as I said, will be a good example. As long as you are good in managing yourself, leading yourself, understanding yourself, and achieving, you will be able to be a good example for other people around you. Because again, I'm going to say it for the millionth time, if people doesn't see the good example in you, they will not follow you. And if people don't follow you, then you are not a leader. As simple as that. In business, we are going to talk about businesses. The benefit will go also for the organization. Achieving the organization strategy, goals, and vision beside your and your team goal and vision and targeting. So that's an add point for the organization. It allows people, it allows leaders to influence people, take them in the journey with them, achieve the vision, reach places that no one will be able to reach unless they have people trusting them and following them and working with them. These are some of the most important, and of course there are lots. If you are going to Google it, it's easy to define a lot of them, and a lot of leaders have talked about the importance of it, and we can't stress it enough. That's why I keep putting it in everything I talk about in leadership. I always put an element about self-leadership, about self-awareness, because these are the basics for all leadership. Right. Let's go with 4 steps for you to understand what you mean by self-leadership. We have 4 pillars that we are going to talk about. The first pillar is knowing who you are as a starting point. I need to know my values, my ideas in life. What are the things that are non-negotiable in my life? And I'm going, not ever, whatever happens, I'm going to let go of these things. I need to understand them. Your strength, the things that make you who you are as a person, to stand and present your ideas and present yourself and work with people around you. Your goals in life, your vision, what you want to do in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now. There are people who have a 20 years plan for themselves to see where they want to be. And in one time in my life, I did that when I was young in school. I did a vision. I have a vision of myself that one day I want to be a PhD holder who can influence students within university or school, whatever. So I have that in my mind. Yes, it's 20 years from now, but at least you are working toward that. So making sure that you understand this, and this takes a lot. This is by itself a huge another session that we can talk about, which is self-awareness. And it's one critical part of leadership journey. to have a self-awareness, that's the first point. And the most important law of leadership that I already teach and talk about it in several places. We have like around 21 laws of leadership. The first of them is self-awareness. So as a self-leader, you need to have a self-awareness of yourself and have all these points clear before you start anything else. Then you are going to talk about, or you are going to think about, knowing what you do, your strength point, things that you are extremely good at, things that you are unique at, things that other people doesn't do it the way you do it. Your behavior, your actions, your study, your public speaking, your communication with other people, being a friendly person, being a reachable person, whatever strength that you have, you need to have it here written and clear in front of you. Plus, what motivates you? What makes you wake up in the morning and say, okay, I'm going to the university because I need to do 1, 2, 3. Or I'm going to go to work today because I have this vision that I need to work on. Things that make you move from your place to get the journey that you are in. So that's the second pillar that you need to write it down. And I mean it, write them down. It's not just have them in your mind. I have them in my mind for a few years and I moved nowhere with my journey. And only when I start writing them in my daily journal or write them in the board in front of you, put them in a nice colors and stick them in your desk, write them down and keep looking at them every day before you go to sleep and every morning before you go to work. Because these are the things that make you that person that you want to be. We move on to the third pillar, knowing what you need to learn. The first two is you now, with everything that you have, with everything that comes in your mind, with everything that you are good at. You need to know what are missing in your life. I'm not going to say your weaknesses, because nothing is weak about the person. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us as human, and we have every power that we can in ourselves to do whatever we put our mind in doing. So I know who I am. What do I miss? What do I need to learn? What do I need to improve in myself? To put them in the first two pillars. I need to move things from here and put them in that pillar. Learn something new, get good at it, get strong at it, and then move it there and have a new one here. So it's a continuous journey of knowing what do I need to learn, what do I need to add to myself as a person. Points that are very struggle in my life, I need to work on them and make them my strength. Have a plan, a learning plan, written, I have to say for the millionth time, written, learning a plan. I need to finish my bachelor, I need to do my master, I need to do a professional degree, I need to do a professional diploma, I need to do my PhD, I need to go into training myself, improving myself, whatever, have it there, written. Because if you are not doing it in 3, 5, 10 years in your life, then it doesn't worth having you there. You're just thinking, okay, I think I would like to have a master's degree. Where in your plan, where in your 20 years journey, that master's degree would fit something that you want. Because we are not just doing them for the sake of doing them, we are doing them because we are completing our journey as leaders. And the last point will be using what you know. From here, the two pillars that you are strong at, and the things that you are still developing and learning, and start using them in your life with the people around you. Putting the example out for your followers and your team members to work with you to get the success. Creating the environment for them. This is who I am. This is what I have. This is what I can support you with as a team. This is what we can work together at. And this is my points that I'm working on, and I'm going to work on them for myself and for you as well. And we can achieve that environment, and we can achieve that goal. So it's simple 4 points or pillars that you just sit one night with yourself over the weekend, couple of hours, start working on them. And to be honest, there are people who will take ages, if I have to say, in understanding themselves and really finding themselves. There are people who will find it in a couple of days, a couple of weeks. Some people will take months, some people will take years to really get the self-awareness perspective of themselves and really know who they are. Human beings are complex. Rabb al-Alameen created us really complex. As easy as we look, but we are a complex human being. So we need to really dig deep in ourselves and understand who we are and what we, in the first pillar, to be able to go to that journey and be the leader that we want to be for other people around us. So these are some of the steps that will help in getting you to self-leadership and understanding this. Plus the 4 pillars, these are some of the things that can go with these 4 pillars. To have a clarity about your purpose. Why you are doing what you are doing, what do you want in life. The purpose of being alive by itself is huge. And it will go with the first pillar that we talk about. So you need to have that clarity on you. Then the risk that will come. Nothing comes in our life for free. We have to go through some challenges, struggles, things that might get us a little bit upset, sad, angry. It's there, part of our life. But we need to calculate them. We need to be prepared for them because we know they are coming. And then listen to the end of the word. I'm going to say listen, because we learn more when we listen than we are talking. And it's not easy skill. Listening is a huge skill and it needs a lot of practices because we always have the ego to, I want to talk, I want to say something. I want to give my idea, I want to be part of it. Sit and listen. A lot of people are talking around you, a lot of things are happening around you. Everyone has something to teach you as a person, young or old or man or woman or a child, everyone has something. And by listening only, you will be able to create that knowledge that you need and understand of yourself. Spending some time to reflect, and that's one of the leadership roles that I talked about earlier. It's very important that I sit at the end of the day, at the end of the week, and reflect on everything that I have done during that day or during that week, to see if I'm going with the same journey that I'm planning in my head and on my board, or I'm diverting from it. I need to make sure that I'm writing things. And reflecting can go with writing or with recording or with drawing, whatever skill or tool you are going to use for reflection. Make your present to perfect for you now. Because nothing will stay perfect forever. Nothing is perfect as you want it to be. It's just now. The best that you have now, and then you move on for the next perfect present and the following perfect present. Serving yourself or serving others. We are talking about self-leadership. If you really serve yourself as a leader, as a person, you will be able to go and serve other people around you. If you are not able to serve yourself, you are not going to serve other people as a leader. And the final point is to use the gift and use them wisely. You have a gift, and every human being, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created with a gift, special, something that in you that other people doesn't have it, or they have it in a different level. So use it and use it wisely with other people around you. Because as we said, you are serving yourself at the beginning and serving other people. I'm going to give you this small task. I'm always on time. I'm going to give you this small task to think about. Let's look around your life. I'm not saying leaders around the world. In your normal life, go to 2 or 5 leaders in your life. It could be your sister, your brother, your professor in university, your friend, someone you work with, any person. Just take 2 or 5 names and look at what are these you're doing. What are the things that they are mastering, that you love what they are doing? either with themselves or with other people around them. Just write them down, what they are doing. And then, which of what they are doing, you have it. Some of what they are doing, I know I have it in me. Maybe I didn't use it, maybe I didn't demonstrate it well, but I know I can do it. Similar to what they are doing it. So write it down. So that 1 point counted for you. Which of what they are doing, you would love to learn to do. I love how he's talking in front of his people. I love how she's communicating with her team. I love how they are presenting their ideas and convincing people. So something that they are doing, you would love to do and learn. And after you have all of this, start working on your plan. How I'm going to improve the things that I would love to do, like the leader that I'm looking to, and taking them as a role model. I want to be like him or like her. This is what I'm missing that they are doing. I'm going to work on myself. Now, only now, you are starting to be a self-leader person and you are learning how to be a good self-leader. Future-wise, or you're moving on with your journey, you'll be able to influence people around you because people will start looking at you, okay, she's doing that very lovely. I love how she's doing it. I would like to do the same way. I would like to be a follower in her team in the future. So you are creating yourself as a leader as you are going with these things. I hope that I didn't take much of your time. These are some of the examples that I continually read about self-leadership. I'm recommending them if you are a fan of reading some of the books that could help with self-leadership and understanding yourself, understanding how you can go with your leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's introduce Dr. Manan to get the certificate. Now we are opening the floor for questions and discussions. We would like to ask Dr. Ashraf, Dr. Amaria, Dr. Abir, and Ms. Siham to answer any questions or discussions the participants may ask. Thank you. We are also accepting virtual questions. We can read them and we are going to gladly answer those questions.
Okay, since we are slightly ahead of schedule, I think it provides us the perfect opportunity now to engage the audience, ask a few questions from our distinguished speakers from this morning and this afternoon, just so that you will have an even more meaningful experience. So any questions so far from the audience? Because I believe that we've had such a range of talks today, beginning from Dr. Ashraf seeing with your fingers and Dr. Maria's scale, motor behavior checklist, correct? Yes, and then now we have something about leadership as well. So it's all about lifelong learning, innovation enabling, and coming up with global environments, developing global environments. Questions from the audience so far? Yes, yes. Just a minute, because the people from the Zoom will not be able to hear you. You need to speak.
Thank you for the opportunity. Actually, I have one question for Dr. Maria. So,
I was raised.
Yeah, I mean, always just now also some presenter also said like we always like the assessment tour. So this is really like invest and translate this motto like behavior checklist
I'm just wondering, like, we have a different like area to access. So I'm most curious about the stereotype behavior. Because for me, like, especially for the stereotype behavior, it's like a cultural influence. So I would like if you can specify more about this behavior, like when you translate or in the Arabic culture, like how what do you think about that, and what's concern like about this? Yeah. Oh, too many
But the first one. Okay, so I would like to, because you know in 20 minutes you cannot say, especially me when I'm talking about this is my passion, so I'm talking a lot. So the first idea, because my background is in physical education and sports sciences, and the first idea was how to observe without using the verbal skills of the children, how to observe if there is something not typical. And we are focusing on children that they look typical, and just observing their movement, just observing their motor behavior. That was the initial thought. So we thought that just leave children or create the environment in a way that they can interact or not interact with each other, or left alone, or what they are doing. If they have a number of opportunities to play, but they're not participating in anything. So we are just leaving them, and we want to see them, we want to observe them. So we start with, at the university hospital in Gothenburg, when I did my PhD in Belgium, and I continue with the research team. All of them, they're psychiatrists and child psychiatrists. So we have clinical cases of children hospitalized. So clinical cases of severe cases of autism, severe cases of ADHD, severe cases of children with anorexia and bulimia nervosa, so eating disorder, and depressed children. Young children were diagnosed with suicide attempts. So it was really clinical cases and severe cases. That was the starting point. But the idea was not to work with clinical cases. That was the starting point, but we want to apply that in typical children in school. So we want to see how we can help teachers to identify atypical behaviors without using any verbal skills from the students, but just observing them in their natural environment, in class and outside the class. And we focus on the movement, on the motor behavior, not the quality of the movement, if they're clumsy or very advanced in their movement, but how they interact. And that was based on the notion that many psychiatric disorders, many conditions that they have a psychiatric base can be observed through movement. So we start observing children in different settings. We are asking teachers, we are asking parents, we are asking practitioners how they can see this behavior. We start from 2,000 different behaviors. We create these items, and then we start reducing in a statistical proper way. So we did factor analysis and then confirmatory factor analysis, exploratory and confirmatory, to make sure that the one we are using are the most proper to give us an indication about the typical behaviors and atypical behaviors. So that was the initial point. When we have to apply this instrument in different cultures, and I think that was your question, we had not only just to do the back-to-back translation. This is the easy part. So we have native speakers, we have research assistants that they can speak in English and in Arabic. That was piece of cake, that was easy. The difficult part was when we have to see if all these items are applicable in this different setting. So there are some items that were applicable in Belgium, that were applicable in the United Kingdom where I came from, working many years there, teaching. That was applicable there, but it was not applicable here in terms of we are not asking in our school here in UAE different activities which are not the same here or there. So we cannot observe that. So we come up with a number of items that are not applicable, like Ms. Dr. Lutria said. And that was my question. When you have many items not applicable, then what is your data at the end? So we try to adapt them. Now we are in the phase of trying to make sure that these adaptations are correct. So we are going to check the psychometric properties, validity and reability, discriminant validity, and all the different types of reability and validity to see if actually we come up with something that is useful, if it is valid, it is strong, and it is reliable to use it in this specific setting. So I don't know if you wish to say anything else because we are in procedure.
I think cultural sensitivity also has an effect on some items. Because what is accepted in a place, maybe it's not accepted behavior in other places. So that's the reason of adaptation. That's the part of what we do. Like Dr. Maria said, validity and reliability going to be checked to ensure that all of these are considered.
Yeah, I understand. I just like to point out, like, we just focus on now the one item. Thank you for your explanation for like how you initiate this idea, because it's really like you observe the movement and then you can detect the behavior or emotional problems. So now I just want to focus on the one point, like you use scare that you put like a stereotype behavior.
Stereotype.
Yeah, stereotype. Yes. So I just want to focus on this item, and would you please like specify more? Like, because this, I think it's more the culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think stereotype behavior is linked with disorders like ASD. It's when children tend to tend to do behaviors in specifically ritual continuous.
Something
like organizing things in a specific way. Yeah.
Also doing movements at the same time. We used to say that they're clapping their hands or they're moving. This is a response to anxiety. So when you see a child with autism is really stressed about something, he starts moving, rocking in front and back, doing this flying and close the ears due to sensory overload. So these are the stereotype behavior we have to see. If we see these behaviors, this links straight to some autistic signs and symptoms, but doesn't mean, this is always say, there is so much comorbidity, there is so much coexistence between an overlap between symptoms, so especially between autism and ADHD. So we don't know which official diagnosis to give first. It is an autistic child with some symptoms of ADHD, or we are having an ADHD child who has some symptoms of autism or anxiety. So it's a huge overlapping, and the idea with using the checklist and every instrument, as I say to my students and everybody who is doing research, is not to give an official diagnosis. It's just to see the warning side, have an idea, create the individual education plan based on the strength, the weakness, and this is it. It's not our job to give the official diagnosis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Before I pass it on to Christina, I know your question has something to do with special ed, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I will first ask Dr. Abir, who is our distinguished guest. ask. There it goes, so you will see my face. So thank you so much, Dr. Abir. Very, very inspiring talk about leadership. So I'm just wondering, because we're looking at inclusivity, right, in global environments, and your colleagues who are seated beside you are special ed. So I was just wondering if you could maybe provide some tips or advice to parents of children of determination on how their children can also become leaders in the future.
I'm not specialized with special education, but it's part of our life, and I see it every day with our students and our colleagues who are dealing with that. And I think parents are the starting point to allow their children to be leaders, because they can simply. People of determination have a special gift that some of us, as like human beings, healthy, we don't have. So it comes to the parents that they always, first of all, give the confidence to that child that they are special, and special in a good way, not special because they are missing something as a human, but they are special in the way they have a talent that other people doesn't have it, and they can move on with their life, being an example for other people who could have the same determination that they are having. Putting them in a situation that they can present themselves in a good way, always trusting them, always talking to them, always getting involved in their own life, their own activities, because I understand they have special centers and special that they are doing. So for the parents to be part of that and support them and let the child guide the parents in what they are doing, whether in the sense of they are kind of teaching their parents what to do, so they are kind of leading their parents to their own work. So it's all, of course, with the help of this, all the special education people and the specialists and the people who are really in the field, parents can guide their children to be leaders in the future. So I think it lies with the parents trusting their children.
And now one of our undergraduate students has a question. Hasina?
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Hasina from the Special Education Department. I would like to ask a question to Dr. Abir, but before that, I would like to thank you for honoring us with your presence. My question for you is, do you have or do you know of any online programs of self-leadership for students? Because I'm really interested in this topic.
Okay, let me just clarify your question. So you're talking about having an online program to study to be a leader?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I can't recall one myself, because most of the people who are working in the field of leadership, they are focusing on leaders within organization and people who are in the work. We don't have, I think it's a good point that you just pointed, we don't have like a kind of strong program for youth. Well, I'm not giving an idea of doing something. Oh. Yes, I'm doing a lot of talk to students and universities and either my university or outside, but it never came to our mind that we need to have like kind of a full program that any students anywhere could be part of it. Yeah, thank you for that idea. Yes. Really, thank you for that idea.
Any other question from the audience? Anyone? So, you have a question?
There is. Yeah. Yeah, no, but yeah. 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 get another opportunity to ask questions. Actually, this question is for Ms. If I pronounce correctly, yeah, thank you. And thank you also for the presentation. Actually, your, I think for like child and family lab, so it's very impressive, like you focus on different groups. And actually, I'm from the Wooding Center Hands-on Foundation. So we particularly focus on the gifted and talented children. So that's why my question also will be related to this group, because I noticed you also like have some like program, for the gifted and talented students. So I would like maybe you can you speak like more about this part, like how you like identify or support gifted and talented children in your lab. Yes, thank you for your question.
Actually, that I mentioned before, what we have mentioned the group. One of them is talking about the gifted and talented. So we can make sessions for them. First session, we can make assessment for these cases that we can receive them from outside by some specific doctors in the special education department, especially Dr. Hara and Dr. Ahmad and Dr. Myra. So maybe she has more information about this one. She can talk a lot more than me.
So actually, that's the reason why I came closer. Because my area is in the field of gifted and talented. Actually, we just launched an I mentoring program with gifted and talented. Were you here?
Yes, I was here.
First day. Yeah. So it was really an amazing program. I believe that if you were here, you would have listened to the students really speaking about their experience and how
their self-confidence.
Exactly. So precisely. So there is not to be. I'll just sit down. I'm not about to listen. Yeah. So their confidence skills. I think you were able to witness just how self-assured they were, how they were able to present themselves in quite a convincing, persuasive, engaging manner. We thought that it would be good to hear from the students directly about their experiences. We are hoping that we can still continue on with the I-mentoring program. In fact, we were only able to launch it because of the generosity of the Dean's office. So we are truly indebted to Dr. Najwa for giving us the opportunity to launch that program. And there is also an international component to it. So the good thing about the special education department is that we do have like very strong efforts locally and internationally. So we leverage those partnerships to ensure that we are able to provide support for our students here. Yeah, but it's super. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about yourself. Are you studying at UAE as well?
Yeah. Actually, I'm a senior researcher in Wooding Center. So Wooding Center, actually, we have been prepared the center for 4 years. So last year in October, actually also in Expo, we launched our center. So we also our aim to like promote the talent education and youth education. And here also want to support the UAEU, like your department, because I think in the future we can have like more collaboration for that. Yes, and we can do more. So how to like promote talents and help children to exert their potentials, like this. And when we aim not only like local but also international, as we said, like it's like especially like children like in the under disadvantaged situation, like they may be from the low SES, like low income family, because we want like help reach more, and we're also offering all the like online courses from things all for free, like to each child or teachers and parents from all over the world. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So we also look forward to the future cooperation with you.
Thank you. Actually, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, please. Yeah.
Also, we make IQ list for all the cases we are receiving from outside. So if there become more than 150, yes, 150. So they are
the only test we have, or we have also other
For me, I do this only.
Okay.
Okay, but we do have different checklists, which have been developed by Dr. Maria, and I believe Dr. Ashraf also is using his own instruments, right? Yeah, in terms of really assessing the needs of those students, both gifted and those students with determination as well. So other questions for you?
Yeah.
Since you are talking about gifted and talented students, you know, first if I want, because all the audience here, I want if you define the difference between the gifted and the talented. And in 2 years ago, it was asked from the teachers in general to plan their lessons based and prepare activities or questions based on the 3 levels: below achiever, intermediate, and high achiever. But now they are also asked to consider the same students and the gifted and talented students. So they will have as 5 categories in the class. Do you think that teachers can manage that in the class or not? And how can they do that?
It's me.
Okay, but because you told us, yeah, it's great.
Okay. Actually, I'm not a panelist. Okay, but I think just to also be slightly more inclusive, because that's the entire idea behind today's theme, right? About lifelong learning and innovation enabling inclusive and global environments. I'm not sure if you're aware that there are also twice exceptional students. So they can be gifted and talented, and at the same time, they may also have some disabilities. So these are, your dual exceptional students. Are there any of my former students here? I know Fatma's my former student, undergraduate student, and gifted and talented. So we did discuss this in class, right? Twice exceptionality. So the question that Nabil has would be the difference between what is gifted versus what is talented. I would invite you to attend our class. I will not put my students on the spot and ask them if they still know the answer to that question, because it really depends on whatever theory you're using in order to define gifts and talents. Because even among theorists themselves, they disagree in terms of exactly what is what would constitute a gift versus what would constitute a talent. And there are also some issues with the terminologies that are used. Sometimes there are people who think that the word gifted can be quite elitist, so they do not use the word gifted, they use the word talented instead. So there are also people who prefer to use high ability or high performance as well, which is actually one of the reasons why the special education department is now undergoing a change in name. We would launch it very soon, so it's not going to be just Department of Special Education, the Department of Special and Gifted Education. But I'm really not supposed to be speaking at the moment, so I will ask my colleagues, maybe Dr. Ashraf, maybe you would share a little bit about your experience with your undergraduate students. How has it been like? Because I was really fascinated with the tactile book that you have come up with. So maybe share a little bit about how you developed that tactile book. How did the students even come up with the idea of creating that?
Thank you, Dr. Nabil, about your question. I want to add something additional to Dr. Bayer on this. It is teachers able to deal with all 6 categories inside the classroom or no. I think I talked in my research about we are working in inclusive education classroom, okay? And I remember when I worked in inclusive education before, okay, when I go inside the classroom, I work 2 projects for special education, 1 to 2 objects for different talent student, okay? So in this point, I can deal with from activities. Okay, I think teachers, 21st century teachers can be able to organize this work. We can achieve with different talent can achieve with special education students in the classroom. This is my perspective. So, طبعا تحتاج as Dr. Mara mentioned to me, I think تقريبا one of the most important methods for applying for a low vision student. I think when we start to create the tactile book with my student in special education lab, I allow them search about the materials. Choose the materials in a specific way. Okay, must be safety. Okay, must be tactile because he touch it. Also, we aim from the tactile book to get more information. So if I teach any blind student in letters, okay, I can put a tactile shape like pen, okay, with sound. This time he can take the information from two senses, from auditory and from touch. Also, I read recent research that if the blind student, if the blind person get information from different sense, okay, this is a good way, okay. And I think Dr. Safi at his presentation in first day, he speak about neuroplasticity for a normal person. Also, neuroplasticity for visual impairment is very, very important because neuroplasticity from neuroscience tell us what happened when the person lost his sight. The brain create a more bad way. Create a more bad way. So if we using it in our eye with a blind person and with a normal with sighted person, we see different structure in the brain between blind and between sighted. So I think in this moment we can find those needs and put the program for them to treat, and from my side, I work in different areas, technical, orientation, and development skills for blind, and this is skills is very, very important for them because most of blind can't use our key, can't know how to work without any person, without any sighted person. And I think if we teach them how to move, how to work with the right team and without the right team, we give them independence, we give them motivations, we can tell them you can know this point, okay? And I think this is an impact different sides for life. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We are going to start our next program in 2:30. Okay.
Now we published a lot of them, like because I know that's such fear. I mean, you have to do that. They are not
At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Rashid Al-Yami, Assistant Professor of Foundation Educational College, and Ms. Halima Naqvi, Ms. Noura Hamadi, Ms. Sheikh Al-Ziyudi, Ms. Nadeem Zaabi, and Ms. Wali Zaabi to present what does it mean to be lifelong educational innovator in the classroom, tips and strategies.
Assalamu alaikum. That would be an Arabic, yes? بداية أرحب بالجميع. طبعا عنواننا اليوم سنتحدث عن الابتكار. مثل ما تعرفون يعتبر الابتكار فرصة من المحاور الرئيسية في دولة الإمارات. يندرج تحت أو يندرج تحت عنوان متحدثون في المعرفة. اليوم مثل ما تشوفون عندي كوكبة من المبتكرين من الميدان التربوي، فإن شاء الله يفيدون الجميع في هذا الجانب. طبعا أبدأ بسؤالي للأستاذة حليمة المنبي. خلال التدريس والممارسات اليومية في التدريس، كيف اليوم أنا أقدر أثير فضول هذا الطالب أو أشعر فيه الحماس بأن يكون مبتكر؟ كيف الطريقة السليمة ليكون فيها هذا الإجراء؟
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أول شيء نشكر جامعة الإمارات تأكيدا كلية التربية على هذه الاستضافة، وإن شاء الله نبني معلومات تكون قيمة في الميدان التربوي. طبعا الدكتور سألتني عن الدافعية وعن أهم الاستراتيجيات المستخدمة في التدريس. كوني أنا معلمة طبيعي إن راح أركز على الطالب، لأن كونه محور عملية التعليم هذا الأساس. طبعا لازم نحن نستخدم الاستراتيجيات تحث على الابتكار، تساعد هذا الطالب على التفكير، تساعد على تنمية معلومات سواء كانت تربوية من ناحية مثلا من عدة مجالات، رياضيات، فيزيكس، ساينس، انجلش وغيره. طبعا إثارة دافعية الطالب واكتشاف مواهبه مساعدته ينمي عنده هذه الحصيلة وبالتالي يساعد على الابتكار. طبعا انا الحين مثلا على سبيل المثال نحن فيكم طبعا في شهر الابتكار وطرحت مسابقه على مستوى مثلا الفصل الدراسي عندي، كون انا معلمه اللغه الانجليزيه، فالمسابقه كانت اثاره دافعيه الطلاب، اثاره حماسهم، مشاركتهم في هذه الشركه. على هذا المستوى رحت مثلا في مادتي انا ماده اللغه الانجليزيه، يعني المعظم راح يقول شو الابتكار مثلا في اللغه الانجليزيه، او شو الابتكار في ماده اللغه العربيه، او شو الابتكار مثلا في الساينس. هني يعتمد على المعلم نفسه. اذا ادرجت ضمن الخطه الدراسيه، خطتك الدراسيه سواء كانت على المدى القصير او على المدى الطويل، عنصر الابتكار انت راح تكون حققت مهارتك الابتكار. فمثلا على سبيل المثال اللي عملته الاسبوع الماضي، رحت مثلا ربطت مادتي في مواد ثانيه ورحت مسابقه على مستوى الفصل الدراسي وعملتها على المنافسات. طبعا اول شيء بديت من الخاص على مستوى الفصل الرابع، فمثلا اخذت دافعيه الطلاب وقلت لهم هذه عندنا مثلا هذه الحصه المعينه باللغه الانجليزيه حابه تبتكرون شيء جديد، يعني نحن مش يعني ما يقدر الطالب مثلا ويقراها قراءه، يعني it's not about reading, it's about to create something new. So بس والله قلت لهم ما شاء الله شفت الكرياتيفيتي والابداع، طلاب صف رابع مبدعين في مهارات، في نتاجات، في عمل مبتكر وجديد. طبعا الاعمال كلها موجوده الحمد لله، فراح تكون مثلا التصفيه او الفاينل ريزلت ان شاء الله في الاسبوع القادم، وسيتم اختيار 3 اعمال. طبعا ما شاء الله انا هنا حققت عده عناصر، منها يعني جعلت الطالب يفكر بطريقه مبتكره في عرض هذه القصص، جعلت الطالب واثرت حماسه، وكذلك ادخلت عنصر التحفيز، فكانت ان شاء الله يعني تكون في رسوم مثلا بسيطه تحفيزيه للطالب مقدمه مني انا ومن ذات المدرسه، هذا اثاره دافعيه وحماس الطلاب.
مثل ما تفضلتي يعني بهذه الطريقه انا انظر كمعلم اذا انا احتاج الى مبادرات، احتاج الى مساهمه من الوزاره. فهل اليوم الوزاره تدعم او تساند المعلم في هذه المبادرات، او هل توجد اصلا مبادرات من الوزاره؟ طبعا استاذ نورة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طبعا انا حريصه جدا اني اذكر بعض المبادرات اللي انا كنت مشاركه فيها، واعتبرها صراحه مبادرات استثنائيه وجهود جباره قامت فيها وزاره التربيه والتعليم، وهي مبادره معروفه جدا بمسمى سفارنا. كانت تعني الطلبه من طلبه المدارس وايضا تعني المعلمين. والجميل في الموضوع ان الحين بعد ما تحولنا من سنتين للتعليم عن بعد ما زالت المبادره هذه موجوده، ويقدرون حتى طلبه الجامعه ان ينضمون لها. المبادره رائعه جدا، تتعاون مع جامعات في دول اخرى مثل امبريال كوليج في لندن، ترينيتي كوليج في لندن، والتحقت في 4 رحلات من هذه الرحلات. لمست اثرها واولياء الامور لمسوا اثر ونتائج هذه الرحله على ابنائهم. تهيئ يعني من الاثار، من اقوى الاثار اللي فعلا لمسناها في الطلبه، هيئت الطلبه هم في مرحله المدارس، هيئتهم للجامعه. خلاص صار عند الطالب ادراك شو هي التخصصات اللي مطلوبه. انا دولتي شو المفروض اني انا اقدم لها؟ هل انا مهيئ اني انا اسافر؟ هل هذا التخصص موجود في دولتي؟ انا ممكن استمر يعني مثلا ادرس داخل الدوله؟ شو المهارات اللي يكتسبها الطلبه؟ المهارات الشخصيه، المهارات الاجتماعيه، التعامل مع الاخرين. لو انا رحت وانتقلت للحياه الجامعيه كيف انا يعني تهيأت من جميع الجوانب. فهذه المبادرات ما زالت مستمره، تنعرض حتى اونلاين، ويعلمون الطلبه حتى في المراحل الاساسيه مهارات البحث العلمي. يعني هاي المهارات اللي يكتسبها الطالب من المدرسه، فشو نتوقع انه تكون مهاراته اذا وصل مرحله الجامعه. بالضبط، والمعلمين ايضا يستطيعون ان ينضمون لها حتى طلبه الجامعه. وكل مبادره من هذه المبادرات في نهايه مثلا البرنامج يكون مطلوب من الطلبه ان يقدمون مشروع ابتكاري، ويتم تبني المشروع ويتم عرضه في المعرض الوطني للابتكار، ويكون ايضا موجود في الاكسبو. اعتقد هذا الاسبوع القادم.
يعطيك العافيه. طبعا احنا طلعنا اليوم على دور المعلمين وعلى خبرات المعلمين في هذا العام. هل في دور للاداريين، او هل يختلف دور الاداريين في تشجيع الابتكار عن دور المعلمين؟ طبعا سؤال موجه للاستاذه شيخه.
أولا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على نبينا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. طبعا مثل ما نعرف بأن أصلا التشجيع على الابتكار هو ابتكار في حد ذاته. وبالنسبة للمعلم وبالنسبة للإداري دورهما مكمل لبعضهما البعض. المعلم هو مبتكر في قاعته الدرسية من خلال تنفيذه للاستراتيجيات الحديثة، وكذلك من خلال تفعيل التعلم النشط الفعال، وكذلك أيضا من خلال استخدام التقنيات الحديثة التي تواكب عصر التكنولوجيا الذي نلاحظه في وقتنا الحالي. كذلك نلاحظ بأن المعلم أيضا له دور كبير في تفعيل دور الطالب في القاعة الصفية، حيث أن الطالب هو محور العملية التعليمية، فلا بد أن يكون مشاركا في هذه طبعا في هذه المواقف الصفية. والمعلم في هذه الحالة يبدع ويبتكر، وأيضا يفتح مفاتيح الابتكار لطلابه ويكتشف إبداعاتهم وابتكاراتهم. طبعا الإدارة أيضا دورها لا يقل عن دور المعلم. الإدارة طبعا تحفز الطالب، تدعو الطالب إلى المشاركة في المؤتمرات والندوات على مستوى الدولة أو الدول الأخرى. أيضا تحفز الطالب
في عرض نتاجاته في المعارض كي يستفيد منها غيره من الطلاب، وطبعا كي تزيد ثقته بذاته وحماسه.
طبعا انا متاكد ان الميدان دائما فيه تحديات، في صعوبات. شو اكبر التحديات احنا اللي نواجهها في المجال الاداري او على بشكل نطاق اكبر في الميدان لما اني نتكلم عن الابتكار، وكذلك نركز على مخرجات الطالب في هذا الابتكار. هل انا انظر الى هذا الطالب او هذا المعلم اللي يبتكر فقط في وقت هذه الحصه او في عمل ملف معين، هل انظر الى امور اخرى ما بعد هذا الكلاس؟ هل يطبق اللي قالت الاستاذه حليمه في درس اخر في ماده اخرى، ام فقط مع هذا المعلم؟ هل احنا ننقل ثقافه الابتكار ام احنا ننقل حصه صفيه بس يعني نشر فقط واحد وانتهينا؟ فاوجه سؤالي للاستاذه سنديه بخصوص صعوبات التحديات.
السلام عليكم. بالنسبة للصعوبات اللي تواجه القيادات المدرسية، أول شيء اختيار القيادة الواعية اللي تتبنى هذه الأفكار الإبداعية لتخرج معلم وطالب مبتكر تنمي مهارات الإبداع لديه. فهذه الصعوبة إن لازم ما نختار أي قيادة، لازم نختار قيادة واعية بأهمية هالشيء، على أساس إن هي بعدها القيادة هذه تبني روح التعاون والتعاون بين المعلمين وينتقل هذا للطلبة. من خلال هذا التعاون سوف يتبنى المعلمين فكرة الإبداع والتفكير النقدي لدى الطلاب واستخدام هذه الاستراتيجيات، ويبنوا ويطوروا من مهاراتهم وتفكيرهم الناقد ليخرج طالب فاهم وعارف شو يبغى خلال هذه الحصص الدرسية. يطور من نفسه، يتعلم بذاته، يتبنى ايضا كيفيه ان نجعل ميزانيه خاصه لهذه الافكار، ما اي فكره وخلاص بدون تبني بدون تحفيز مادي ومعنوي. توفير الرحلات التي تثري الابداع وتحفزه، توفير الندوات والورش ومشاركتها العالميه والمحليه. فهذه كلها تساعد على إنشاء مجتمع متعلم محفز للابتكار.
بصراحه صعبوا علينا مسؤوليه الابتكار كمعلمين. فحاليا اذا انا ابغي اصنع جيل مبتكر، شو الادوار او شو الاعمال اللي المفروض اقوم بها انا كمعلم، ان كنت معلم في مدرسه ام كنت دكتور في جامعه؟ فكيف اصنع جيل مبتكر؟ الاستاذه
الابتكار في التعليم يصنع منذ البداية في مراحل متقدمة من العمر، فالتفكير الإبداعي يساهم في الابتكار. الابتكار ليس فقط الإبداع، وإنما الابتكار هو كيف ندرس أو كيف نساهم في استخدام هذه التقنيات واستخدام هذه الأدوات في بناء احتياجات هذا المجتمع، تغيير طريقة تفكير هذا الطالب، طريقة تغيير تعليم هذا الطالب، نعلمه كيف يتعلم، نعلمه كيف يبحث، فبالتالي يساعده فإنه يساعده في البداية حتى يساعد نفسه بعد ذلك. يساعد نفسه بعد ذلك. فبالنسبة لدمج الابتكار في الحصة الدراسية واستخدام التقنيات الحديثة واستخدام التكنولوجيا وكذلك ورش العمل تساهم في صناعة جيل مبتكر، جيل واعي، جيل يساهم في الابتكار في مجتمعه.
إذا عرفنا التحديات، عرفنا كيف نصنع جيل مبتكر، لكن شو هي المقترحات؟ يعني أنا اليوم كطالب في الصف الرابع، الصف الخامس، شو الاشياء اللي تقدر تشجعني انا باني انا افوق هذه التجربه، باني انا اكون اليوم شخص مبتكر. اذا انا اليوم طلعت بابتكار، شو اللي يفضلني عن بقيه الطلاب؟ فشو المقترحات المفروض اني انا اسويها او لتشجيع هذا الطالب؟ اي وحده من الخطوات؟
بالنسبه للمقترحات انا راح اعرض المقترحات كوني انا معلمه. يعني من جهتي انا ممكن اضع مثلا 10 بنود مقترحات ابتكاريه مثلا في مجال اللغه الانجليزيه، وحتى هذه تدعم ماده اللغه الانجليزيه على اللغه العربيه، يعني ناخذ المجال الثاني كذلك اللغه الانجليزيه. طبعا هذه البنود العشره انا راح يعني اضعهم على حسب مستوى فصلي انا وطبيعه طلابي. انا ممكن مثلا اتعاون مع الاداره القياده المدرسيه لتخصيص غرفه ابتكار. طبعا غرفه ابتكار تكون مخصصه كامل، ما نطلب مثلا الاجهزه الباهظه ولا نطلب، نعتمد مثلا على الطلاب مثلا احتياجاتهم. ممكن اعد استبيان واقول للطالب مثلا محمد علي ممكن اعرف احتياجاتك في هذه الماده. راح طبعا اخذ تصور، وبالتالي انا مثلا ابني مثلا غرفه كامله. وقت الفراغ او وقت بين الانشطه او بين الحصص ممكن الطالب يسوي مثلا هذه الغرفه. هذا شيء ثاني. كذلك على المعلم نفسه يعد مثلا خطه مرتبه اسبوعيه او شهريه او حتى فصليه يتضمنها مثلا عامل هذا الابتكار. مثلا الابتكار يعني طبعا المعلم يعتمد نفس ما قلنا على المحور الاساسي اللي هو الطالب، بياخذ اراء الطلاب. هذا مثلا مقترحين، يعني هذا مقترحين يساعد مثلا على الطالب من ناحيه الابتكار. وكذلك اشراك المعلمين مهم جدا، اشراك المعلمين. طبعا معظم المعلمين راح يقول مثلا انا لا التزم مثلا بالماده الفلانيه، انا لا يعني مثلا جدول معين راح مثلا انتهي من الفصل معي. طيب مثلا من خلال هذا الجدول او من خلال الحصه الفصليه ممكن انت مثلا تتطرق لجانب الابتكار، مثلا تربط هذه الماده بعنصر اساسي، عنصر جميل بمجرد فكره الطالب في مثلا في المرحله الابتدائيه سواء كان صف رابع او خامس. بالعكس كل ما كانت العلاقه بين المعلم والطلاب جميله وخذ مثلا افكارهم، كل ما كان هناك عندنا منتج يسهم في عمليه الابتكار.
ايضا بالاضافه انه ولي الامر يلعب دور كبير في الابتكار، يعني اذا كان ولي الامر يحفز ابنه على الابتكار فهذا الابن سيعيش في بيئه مبتكره. اذا كان الاب مقتنع او الام مقتنعه او الاخت مقتنعه بثقافه الابتكار فسيظهر من هذه الاسره طبعا طالب مبتكر. ولا ننسى ايضا دور المجتمع وتحفيز ايضا المجتمع حتى يشارك مع المؤسسات التعليميه في الابتكار والارتقاء في الابتكار وتحفيز وتشجيع الابتكار، لان الابتكار هذا طبعا بيخرج لنا منتج، هذا المنتج هو الطالب، هذا الطالب هو لبنه تعتبر من لبنات المجتمع. ان نجح هذا الطالب في ابتكاره في النهايه المجتمع سوف يرتقي، دوله الامارات طبعا سوف ترتقي، وطبعا ان انتشرت هذه الثقافه بعد ذلك سيكون مجتمعنا مجتمعا راقيا، مجتمعا مبدعا، مجتمعا مبتكرا.
بالنسبه للابتكار اذا ممكن اساليب يتبعها الطالب تكون مهاره حياته اليوميه، وممكن نخليها ممارسه يوميه خلال يوم الدراسي، يوم الحياه اليوميه. فلما تكون مهاره عن طريق استخدام مهارات خلال اليوم الدراسي، مثلا استخدام طرح الاسئله، التفكير الناقد، الاستكشاف، هذه كلها تكون مهاره مستمره مع تعليم الرد على الاسئله. هو يسال وبنفسه هو يجاوب، فبهالطريقه هو ما محتاج لاي حد، هو بنفسه يبدع وبيشارك، يشوف احتياجاته، شو اللي محتاجينه في الحياه، اساس انه هو يفكر شو الابتكار اللي ممكن يساعد هذه الدوله، اللي يساعدني انا او يساعد اخواني، او شو المشاكل الموجوده حاليا وانا محتاج لابتكار معين يسهل علي عمل معين. ممكن تطوير جزء معين، ممكن مهاره معينه، ممكن تفكير. فلما الولد يكون او الطالب يكون عنده مهاره التفكير الناقد او التفكير المبني وحل المشكلات، بهالطريقه يكون طول حياته مبني على انه يحل مشكلته بنفسه، يعلم نفسه بنفسه. بهالطريقه ما تحتاج لاي حد، يكون الابتكار مهارات حياتيه دائما مستمره.
ممتاز. صوتي واضح. إذا كيف انا اليوم كمعلم اضمن ان تكون عند هذا الطالب في استدامه واستمراريه بالابتكار؟ يعني انا ما ابغي هذا الطالب يكون مبتكر ومنتج وفعال فقط في المدرسه، لكن ماذا بعد المدرسه؟ هل يكون هذا الطالب فعلا عنده الاستدامه؟
الابتكار مثل ما ذكرت دكتور هي احد المحاور الثمانيه والاهداف الاستراتيجيه في الوزاره. فبالنسبه لي واجب على كل المعلمين ممارسته كاسلوب حياه. هو مش الابتكار معناته انا اخلي الطالب يعطيني منتج في مادتي اللي انا ادرسها. كيف انا اخلي مهارات التفكير العليا اني انا ازرعها في هذا الطالب، فبالتالي انا بحقق استدامه وتعلم مدى الحياه لهذا الطالب بدءا من مرحله رياض الاطفال حتى الى ما لا نهايه هذا الطالب يتخرج للجامعه ويتخرج ويستمر وهو بالتعلم. ممكن اذكر اول شيء بالنسبه للطالب وبعدها اذكر مثال حتى المعلم لازم يكون مستمر في التعلم مش فقط الطالب، عشان احنا بالتالي نحقق الابتكار فعلا. فالابتكار هو عباره عن ممارسه اكثر من ما هو فقط مجرد منتج. فبذكر مثال فعلا انا واقعي واتوقع مع طلابي اني انا اتبع معهم في التدريس مثل القالب اللي هو مستويات التفكير، اتدرج فيهم من مرحله التذكر، الفهم، التطبيق، انتقالا الى مرحله التحليل، التقويم، مهاره التحليل الناقد الى ايجاد الحلول. وايجاد الحلول دائما اعطي اجابه مختلفه، من لديه اجابه عادله واعطيه احصل على 100 اجابه مختلفه. فهذه الممارسه اليوميه لما انا اتبعها عندي في التدريس بمختلف انواعها، ممكن انا اعتمد على التدريس القائم على المشاريع، التدريس القائم على التطبيق، التدريس القائم على حل المشكلات. فلما تصير هذه ممارسه يوميه مع الطالب فطبيعي الطالب راح يكتسب هذه المهارات اللي تأهله انه هو يكون متعلم مدى الحياه. تأهله يكون عندنا طالب اللي هو خريج مدرسه المستقبل اللي احنا فعلا نطمح ان نحقق فيها رؤيه الامارات. خريج متمكن من مهارات متعدد المهارات، من المعارف، من الشخصيه والجانب الاجتماعي. فلما انا امكن واستخدم هذه الاجتماعيات معناته انا قاعد اغطي كل هذه الجوانب، انا مش قاعد اعلم فقط مهاره في حصتي، انا اغطي كل هذه الجوانب منذ الطفوله لين وبتستمر معاه، فتكون كأن اسلوب حياه، اسلوبي انا هذا مستمر معاه فبينعكس معاه، حتى المفروض ينعكس اثره في ممارساته اليوميه في حياته العاديه خارج حتى اسوار المدرسه. شنو مبادرات الطالب؟ شنو مشاركاته؟ هل مشاركاته محصوره فقط في المدرسه؟
طبعا وانا بضيف شغله مهمه دكتور او اجتهاد في البدايه لي جميع الحاضرين وكذلك المعلمات ان نحن يجب ان لا نستهين باي فكره مقدمه سواء كانت من الطالب في مرحله التطور او في مرحله الابتدائيه وحتى المراحل العليا. هذه الفكره البسيطه المقدمه من اي طالب ربما تكون مثلا يعني ربما تكون مثلا شراره او ربما تكون مثلا استشاره انطلاق بالضبط لمشاريع اخرى. قد لا تكون لي انا او للاستاذه نوره او للطالب علي، قد تكون حتى مقدمه لافكار او مشاريع لطلاب ممكن يدركون فعلا عن هذه الفكره. فحتى المعلم في هذه الحاله بكون الطالب محور العمليه التعليميه يجب ان لا يستهين باي فكره حتى لو كانت بسيطه. من خلال هذه الفكره ممكن انا اطورها، ممكن انا استشير زميلاتي في العمل، ممكن انا استشير الخبراء ممكن الاداره المدرسيه، وبالتالي فكره مثلا الطالب البسيطه تحول تدريجيا الى مشروع او منتج.
اذا تكلمنا عن دور المعلم، تكلمنا عن دور الاداره، تكلمنا عن دور المؤسسه، تكلمنا عن دور الوزاره، لكن هل توجد عندنا استراتيجيات وطنيه للابتكار؟ سؤالي طبعا
تزويد الطلبة بمهارات القرن 21 كالتفكير الناقد وحل المشكلات، وكذلك المثابرة وغيرها، وإنشاء كذلك مختبرات الابتكار تساهم في تشجيع هؤلاء الطلبة في الاختراعات. كذلك بالنسبة للمناهج الدراسية، تحويل هذه المناهج المناهج الدراسية تعتبر العمود الفقري للتحول، وتحويل هذه المناهج إلى الإبداع، إلى الابتكار، يساهم من خلال مثل ما نقول ربط الأنشطة أو ربط الأنشطة بالمختبرات الروبوت، وكذلك ربط الابتكار بالحصص الدراسية بالمشاريع وغيرها. كذلك بالنسبة
يعني كمعلمات هنا كمعلمات في الهيئه التدريسيه وكذلك في القياده المدرسيه، ضروري جدا احنا نتبع مثلا اهداف الوزاره، ضروري جدا مثلا رؤيه الوزاره. فهذا يعني بناء على كوني معلمه انا عندي استراتيجيات معينه على مستوى الدرس، لكن المدرسه القياده المدرسيه لها كذلك اهداف، لها كذلك استراتيجيات مأخوذه ومتبعه من خلال المؤسسه او وزاره التربيه والتعليم.
الأجندة اللي حطتها الوزارة حاطة نسبة 8% اللي هو تحقيق نتائج عالية في الاختبارات الدولية مثل الجيمس والبيزا. فكيف أنا فعلا أحقق، والمفروض يكون لي دور لو طلابي أنا في المرحلة الصف الثاني أصلا مش مفروض إنه هذا الاختبار، بس مش في مرحلة لما يكون مثلا الصف الخامس يصدم الطالب من الامتحان وما يؤدي، وهذه نتائج لها دور كبير لأن تقارن نتائج دولتي مع دول أخرى. فمثل ما ذكرت سابقا أن منذ مرحلة الطفولة احنا نبدأ التأسيس مو فقط في استراتيجيات التدريس، حتى في الاختبارات أنا مطلوب مني أنا أقدم اختبارات للطلبة. فنفس مستويات التفكير هذه أنا أطبقها في الاختبارات حتى الورقية مع الطالب، وفعلا احنا الحين ننفذ اختباراتنا ما نفس الاختبارات قبل 5 سنين، اختبارات مباشرة، اختباراتنا مبنية وتقيس قدرات ومهارات تذكر وتحليل وتفكير ناقد وتفكير إبداعي. فلما أنا مهيئ الطالب حتى في الحصة معناته راح يأدي ويبدأ التكليف في الورقة، ومثل ما ذكرت في عندي جزئية ممكن تكون كل الإجابات مقبولة، كل الإجابات صحيحة. فمعناته أنا قاعدة أهيئ الطالب حتى أن على هذا النوع من الأسئلة فأنا يكون لي الحين أكون شخص ساهم في تحقيق هذه الأجندة. لما تكون نتائج الطلبة في الاختبارات ولما تتقارن نتائج دولتي مع الدول الأخرى.
مثل ما ذكرت الأخت نورة، أيضا إحنا عندنا مبادرات من الوزارة مثل ايسكو اللي تدريب الطلاب، لأن إحنا الإمارات تسعى دائما للوصول إلى الاختبارات الوطنية على مستوى العالم. كنا على أساس إن 15 المرتبة من 15 الحين نسعى للمراتب المتقدمة. فنزلنا مبادرة حالية كانت مسماها ضمن اسطورة ايسكو، هذه تدريب الطلاب من الرياض، نزلت من السنة هذه من الرياض، كنا ندربهم من صف خامس حاليا من الرياض على التفكير الناقد، التفكير الإبداعي، حل المشكلات مثل ما ذكرنا قبل. جميع هذه المهارات يتدرب عليها الطالب أسبوعيا مع وجود اختبارات نهاية كل أسبوع لفئات معينة مستهدفين معينين. هذا يقيس وينمي مهارات التفكير لدى الطلاب. بالإضافة إلى استخدام بعض الاستراتيجيات مثل الطاولة المستديرة خلال الحصة الدرسية، طرح الأسئلة مثل ما ذكرنا قبل، الإجابة على الأسئلة، الترابط بين المواد. هذه الاستراتيجيات جميعها تدعم الإبداع والابتكار خلال الحصص. ربط المشاريع، مثلا انا كمعلمه علوم طالبه من طلابي مشروع القطار المغناطيسي، يعمل بالمغناطيس، يروح لمعلمه الفنيه يصمم هذا المشروع، يروح لمعلمه اللغه العربيه يعرض هذا المشروع، معلم الانجليزي يعرض ايضا اللغه الانجليزيه، فالتكامل بين المواد هذا كله يؤدي للابداع وايضا يقوي شخصيه الطالب ويجعل الطالب يفكر ماذا يحتاج، مثل ما قلنا وذكرنا قبل. هذه جميع الاستراتيجيات تدعم الطالب وتجعله او تجعل ممارساته اليوميه الابتكار والابداع.
لا يسعني الا اشكر الكوكب الاكاديمي الموجود معنا. شكرا استاذه كريمه، شكرا استاذه نوره، شكرا استاذه شيخه سلفيه، شكرا استاذه فواضل. جزاكم الله خير، والله ينفع علمكم محمد ان شاء الله. اذا في اي حد عنده سؤال، اذا يعني سؤالين تفضل استاذ، تفضل.
طبعا شكرا جزيلا لاخواتي الفضليات طبعا على المعلومات الثريه المقدمه خلال الجلسه. بشكر الدكتور رشا طبعا على يعني اداره الجلسه والتوجيه يعني او التركيز على عناصر الابتكار في العمليه التعليميه من معلم، من ممارسات واستراتيجيات، طرق تدريس، حتى اعتقد ان الابتكار يصل عناصره للاداره المدرسيه كما اشرتم، حتى الماده المدرسيه، حتى المنهج المقدم للطالب وبناء مهاراته العلميه بناء على مهارات القرن 21 حضرتك اشرت ليها. وسؤالي موجه للاستاذه حليمه. انا طبعا بحييك طبعا على النبره اللي انت قدمتيها اثاره الدافعيه. يمكن كلنا كتربويين عندنا يعني علم بمدى اهميه الجانب النفسي والاجتماعي عند الطالب، يعني زي حضرتك اشرتي ان انت لو فتحتي بس فقط الفرصه للطالب واديتي له الشانسز هو ممكن يقول ويعبر عن نفسه، هتجد فعلا ما بعد الابتكار يعني. يمكن اشرت الى ان يعني بدات مع يعني مبادره متميزه فعلا، ان انا بقول دايما احنا اطفالنا واولادنا وطلابنا محتاجين ان احنا نركز على الجوانب النفسيه، ونديلهم الفرصه ان هو يعبر عن انفعالاته وعن شعوره عن قبل الجانب الاكاديمي، لان اكيد ده هيكون له يعني انعكاسات كثيره جدا جدا. فهل يعني المبادره المتميزه دي هل اصبحت يعني نتائجها كما اشرت فيها ان هي كانت لها يعني ايجابيات كثيره جدا؟ هل تم وضعها مثلا في خطه المدرسه ان هو يكون يعني كلنا كتربويين عارفين ان الخطه الدراسيه لابد ان هو تحتوي على هدف قدامي، تمام؟ على هدف اجتماعي، تمام؟ يمس. فهل نتائج المبادره القيمه اللي قدمت من خلال تم وضعها باعتبار ان هي تكون ده يعني سيستم داخل المدرسه او داخل الحصه الدراسيه، ان احنا ندي لاولادنا الفرصه ان هو يعبر عن انفعالاته ومشاعره، ويكون دي ممارسه يوميه مش بس في اللغه الانجليزيه، لا في كل المواد. شكرا.
انا بتكلم دوبي، اتوقع صوتي انا اول شيء احييك على تركيزك استاذي الصحه والعافيه. المبادره كانت على مستوى الفصل الدراسي. للامانه نحن عندنا عده مبادرات. سوي انا معلمه، انا راح اعطي درس، راح اقدم معلومات وراح اقول، بس الاهم من هذا قبل المعلومات لازم اكون قريب من الطالب. هذا اهم شيء. هذه يعني ليست مجرد كلمات او ليست مجرد كلمات. كل ما كان الطالب قريب مني، اقصد من الناحيه الوجدانيه او العاطفيه وحتى الاجتماعيه، كل ما اعطاني اكثر. نحن ككبار لما نحصل مثلا تشجيع من الغير، حتى الكبار نحصل تشجيع من الغير، ثاني يوم انتاجنا راح يزيد، معنوياتنا راح ترتفع ونكون سعداء، صحيح ولا لا؟ هذا ما يختلف عليه. انا الامانه كبيره بنحصل تشجيع من المديره، ثاني يوم على طول اول ما نبدا نداوم في المدرسه من التشجيع طبعا. فحتى طلابي اذا شافوا انا تشجيع ولو بسيط، يعني انا المبالغ الرمزيه اللي حطيتها مثلا جدا رمزي، بس هذا الشيء هذا راح يكون له اثر كبير على الطالب، راح يكون له اثر كبير على ولي الامر، وبالتالي تفاجات كميه مثلا الرسائل على بريد المدرسه وبريد الخاص. استاذه نحن بنشارك في هذه المسابقه، الشارك سجلت، استاذه انا بشارك الشارك، فسجلت الاسامي، قبل تسجيل الاسامي ضغطت خطه. طبعا نحن نطلب منا في شهر الابتكار
ماذا قدمتي على مستوى الفصل الدراسي وعلى المدرسه لشان الابتكار؟ هذه مبادرتي قدمتها لي وللطالب ولولي. طبعا انا وضعت لها شروط، من خلال هذه الشروط عمل الطالب نفسه. وان شاء الله اذا استوى لنا لقاء راح ان شاء الله اعرض الاستاذ الكريم جميع هذه المبادرات او حتى جزء منها. طبعا الطلاب ابدعوا في هذا المجال، طلاب صف رابع يعني تقريبا حدود 12 سنه. ابدع من ناحيه التكنولوجيا، ابدع من ناحيه الصوت، ابدع من ناحيه الالغاز. انا هني شعرت بالرضا والشعور النفسي. هذا ان شاء الله يكون قدرت اجاوب على السؤال.
شكرا دكتور اشرف، شكرا استاذه حليمه. في سؤال اخر؟ جزاكم الله خير. تفضل. ما
مساء الخير، يعطيكم العافيه. انا اصلا احاول اركز السؤال المخفي لان نوع من تجربه شخصيه واقعيه. تكلمت عن دور التقييمات الدوليه في موضوع الباك جراوند. سؤالي بس الترجمه شو يسمونه بالعربي؟ يبدا طبعا مراحل مبكره، الامتحانات غالبا تكون صف رابع، في صف خامس، في صف ثامن، في تاسع. فتقدرون مثلا تحدد او مفهوم التعلم مدى الحياه يبدا من عمر مبكر. بس اذا ربطناه فقط مثلا بالتقييمات الدوليه فتقول مثلا ممكن ينتهي عند الصف التاسع، لان في سنه عندنا في عمره 15 سنه. طيب الثانويه انه بيكون منتهى الشيء بالنسبه لي، كيف نخليه مستمر للثانويه وما بعدها، مش فقط ان مثلا احنا خلينا نقول مثلا احنا نؤدي دور نحقق المركز لدول الامارات، فبيكون مرتبه خاص مرحله. شو بعد المرحله هذه؟ عاد اسمع صوتي؟
استمع باختصار عشان
احنا مثل ما قلنا ان احنا ما ننمي مهاره لليوم وباكر، تكون هي مهاره مدى الحياه، مهاره التعليم الكامل والابتكار هذه الاشياء كلها بتكون مدى الحياه. احنا بدينا وهم صغار من الروضه قلنا، بما ان بدينا من الروضه خلاص تكون مهاره حياه مستدامه. فالطالب ما محتاج خلاص من الثانويه انت صح خليتي، بس هو خلاص فكره واسلوب حياته ومهارته اسلوب عنده تلقائيه ذاتيه. فلو وقفتي انت تموين شيء انا كطالب، انا كنت خلاص مهاره الحياه، مهاره الحياه واستراتيجياتي هذه مدى الحياه.
نعلمه كيف يبتكر، نعلمه كيف يتعلم، ما نعطيه فكره يعني مثلا اقول له هذه صناعه شيء، لا انا اعلمه كيف يصنع، يعني اعطيه كفكره ما اعلمه الشيء نفسه.
مثل ما تقولي ما اعطي السمكه، اعلمه كيف يصطاد، نفس فكره نفسها.
شكرا استاذ، يعطيكم العافيه جميعا، جزاكم الله خير. وما في افضل من هذا المكان اللي هو اكسبو 2020 اللي يتكلم عن الابتكار وهو روح الابتكار. جزاكم الله خير.
شكرا يعطيكم العافية. Thank you everyone. And now we will invite Dr. Muna to present the certificates to the panel. Dr. Rashid.
الماسك عشان دليل يعني.
استاذ شيخة. استاذ حليمة.
أستاذ واضح. أستاذ المؤسسة التراث.
We are going to take 5 minutes until the next program. Okay, moving right along. It's now my pleasure to introduce our speakers, Dr. Muna Janahi. Dr. Muna is an assistant professor at the College of Education at United Arab Emirates University. Her research interests includes literacy education, open language learning, and language arts. And Fedra both has a 30 years teaching experience. At the theoretical level, she is a published researcher and a PhD student at the United Arab Emirates University, specializing in language and literacy studies. Ms. Najla Mohammed Al-Rawais. Najla Al-Rawais is a PhD candidate in the Curriculum and Instruction Department at the College of Education, UAEU. She holds a Master of Arts in Interpreting and Translation. And Dr. Mark Baildon serves as a former Associate Dean at the Office of Educational Research at Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, before joining the Foundation of Education Department at the College of Education, UAE University. So I'm welcoming them now to start their program.
Welcome everyone, and thank you very much. I know this is after lunch hours, so everyone is hungry and wants to go back home. But thank you for staying. We have another panel discussion after this one as well. We hope to see you all. My name is Muna Janahi. I'm an assistant professor at the College of Education at the Department of Curriculum and Instruction. And those of you who know me, they know me as well that I love reading, just like Dr. Maya. And we always, whenever we have coffee breaks and we have lunch break hours, we always talk about books and novels. And together, Dr. Maya and I came up with the idea of a book club for our own very positive education. So in summer 2021, Dr. Maya spearheaded the initiative, and the Office of the Graduate Studies and Research, right, initiated this book club where faculty from the College of Education, even internationally, because Dr. Mark was also a very active member in the book club as well, came together along with PhD students to read books, recommend books, and discuss about the things. So it was a wonderful experience, and today we have all three members from the book club here with us today. And I will start with the very first question to Ms. Fedra, who, by the way, flew all the way from Kuwait just to be here with us.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here and to be included in such amazing event. So I'm very happy to be here, very honored to be here.
All right, so my very first question to the members, Najla, Dr. Mark, what is your very early memory with regards to books? Like, what book do you remember reading, as your very, very first book? Fedra, can we start with you? Sure.
All right, so yes, if we go back in time, I would say that I started reading when I was 4, and I use the word reading very loosely because what I mean is I was read to when I was 4 years old. And so I remember my first book was a picture book, and the first person that actually read the book to me was my Aunt Samira. So that will always, stay with me. I'll always remember that. I really don't remember the book because she's read, I remember her reading so many books to me. So I don't really remember the first title that she's ever read, but I do remember her reading a lot to me, and which I will always appreciate. Yeah.
Dr. Mark, what was your very first book, if you remember?
Well, I think the first books that I remember reading were the Dick and Jane readers, which were very popular. I'm quite old, so I go back quite a ways. But we had these readers that were called Dick and Jane readers that were about Dick and Jane, a boy and a girl, and those are really the first books that I remember reading. I think I don't know if you want me to talk any further about other books that are memorable, but I think I remember in middle school, I guess it would be sort of that cycle 2 in the UAE. I read a lot of Hardy Boys books, and the Hardy Boys were these two sort of teenagers that were involved in a lot of different mysteries, and so they were always trying to figure things out. So those books were really, I think, kind of what I really remember reading, because it was really about trying to solve something, like trying to solve a crime or kind of a mystery. So those were really quite formative in my early years. I could go on and on, but I'll stop there. Thanks.
So for me, my mother used to read to us every single night before we went to bed. And I do remember the books she used to read to us. They were I think it was a Lebanese publishing house called Dar al-Ma'arif, and they came in like a green cover. And it was usually fantasy books or something translated from English into Arabic. But the first book I remember reading were the Enid Blyton books, if anyone is familiar with them. I loved The Secret Seven, the Twins at St. Clair's, and all the other series of Enid Blyton. And then I moved into Nancy Drew, which was sort of like the Hardy Boys.
Well, I brought one of the very first books that I remember reading independently in English. And to be honest, I was a little bit older. I wasn't really that young when I started to read English by myself. Like Fajr, my mother used to read stories to me when I was younger. But I was very proud. It was not a little, but a bit too, it was below level. So I was in sixth grade, but I think this book started in 4 or 3. But because I was a bilingual learner of English, and English was not my first language, it was, the language was appropriate to my level of attainment of English. And I remember the very first time that I read it, I actually underlined all of the words in English, almost all of the words, thinking that this is how I would understand. And I kept asking my dad, okay, what does this word mean? What does that word mean? And I think by the 5th or 4th time, he was like, you know what? I can understand the story without understanding each and every character. So then I was like, okay, yeah, if it's not that important to the plot, I can just ignore that particular vocabulary and go on. Excellent. Fajr, when did you think of yourself as a reader?
Philosophical question. I think exactly, which I think requires a philosophical answer, if I may. Okay, so I definitely regard myself as a reader now. I don't remember the first time or the beginning of that, but to me, personally, reading is not just a hobby that I do, it's a lifestyle. Personally, to me, reading means putting myself in a world that is not necessarily my own, through vicariously living through others, through characters, which is, to me, is really the meaning of life. You don't just live for yourself, you also live for others. So, and I think because of that, I have become the person that I am now, who is both compassionate and critical. Some might say that this is a very strange combination, to be compassionate and critical, but to me, it makes sense. I'm always critical of the world we live in because of what I read. And to me, really, what's strange is a world without books. So I just wanted to share my input about that. I definitely regard myself a reader, but I don't remember when that started, in short. Thank you for your question.
Dr. Mark, how about you?
Yeah, I didn't quite hear the question, but I think I understand. I think, yeah, I would say that reading is also just so central to my life, and it has been for such a long time. I think for me, it's opened up new worlds. It's allowed me to understand different perspectives and different kinds of experiences that people have. If I think about probably the 2 most influential books early in my life, they were when I was in high school, and I read the autobiography of Malcolm X, and that was quite a transformative experience for me, actually, because I grew up in a very small town in upstate New York, and I had very little experience with the world. I really hadn't left my town. I hadn't had experience with people of color, African Americans. And also that book was about Malcolm X's sort of search for social justice. And so that was quite a profound book for me. And then the second book was Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. And it's the story of the young Buddha and sort of, that search for meaning, that sort of journey to make meaning in the world and to think about meaning and purpose in one's life. And those were quite impactful in terms of just how I think about the world and how I think about reading too. I mean, it was a way, like I said, that it just opened up a completely different world and enabled me to really engage with different perspectives. And I think, I've continued to do that through reading throughout my entire life. So I think, that to me has been probably I think one of the things that I've enjoyed the most about reading.
Dr. Mark.
For me, I have never really separated myself from reading. So I've always looked upon myself as a reader. And I used to think that everyone else was the same as well until I reached like a certain age. So reading was an escapism, wanting to learn more about others, wanting to see myself in the books. Like when you read a book and then you see something and then feel, oh, I feel the same exact way. And I've never known that people would also feel the same exact way that I feel right now. So that has been the satisfaction I've always gotten back from reading, is the thing that pushes me to want to help people see that reading, the ones that do not like to read, like it motivates me to show them that they've just not maybe found the right book yet, because I believe everyone would find a book that reflects them and reflects what they see in themselves in those books.
Wonderful. The reason I'm asking this question is, when did you start seeing yourself as a reader, or do you see yourself as a reader? Because when I was working on my dissertation back in 2016, according to the survey results that I distributed to students, a lot of students don't consider themselves to be readers. In fact, I conducting interviews with students, especially high school boys, right? And boys who are in grades 10, 11, and 12. After sitting with them and conducting semi-structured interviews, I actually found that they do read books. They read comics, they read magazines, they read manga, they read about their favorite football players on Wikipedia, they read posts on Instagram, and all of those kinds of, those activities are considered reading. But perhaps in their mind, perhaps there's a certain genre that they associate with reading, or sometimes maybe that affirmation comes from elsewhere, like their teachers or parents or family, telling them that this is reading, this is not, which makes them think, oh, maybe I'm not a reader. I remember one particular student or educator, right?
Really big, yeah. In that case, educators would say that. Sorry to interrupt the internet. So I just wanted to say, in really bad cases, educators would also say that to their students, where manga is not really a legitimate form of what we need to read. And that definitely, I think, feeds into what we talk about when it comes to the canon. So, so I guess there might be a question about that later on, so I'm not going to speak more about that. But I just wanted to add to your comments, definitely. Yeah.
Exactly, and I remember one particular student whom I have interviewed, and he was one of the students who actually indicated in the survey that he is not a reader. But after discussing, different pop culture and outlets that he was interested in, he told me that he had read the manga of Naruto. Any anime fans that we have, you might know. So he read the manga, and he used to read it and then summarize it to the rest of his classmates in class. So he was the designated reader. And then he also told me that there was a video game that he used to play, and the second installment of that video game was made into a novella digitally. And so he purchased that story and he purchased that novel. And then he also said that he collects tinted comic books. If anyone is familiar with theater. So all of those activities, and I'm like, my goodness, you still not consider yourself to be a reader. So sometimes that affirmation is very important for parents, for teachers. You see that there are, like, for this, different kinds of readers. It doesn't have to be Shakespeare, or it doesn't have to be like a renowned poet or a poet, or it could be any kind of reader. This is what sparks interest, curiosity, and motivation. Dr. Mark, can you let us know what motivated you to join the book club that was initiated by the College of Education?
Well, I enjoy reading groups and book clubs, and I've participated in quite a few. And I've actually been in Dr. Myra's book club when she was in Singapore, and found it really just very enjoyable. It was with faculty members. And I think, whenever someone invites me to a book club, I'm ready to jump in. I just enjoy reading, and I really enjoy, just hearing people's different interpretations and perspectives about the book. I mean, it really, people just interpret and understand literature in ways that are very different than how I might interpret it. And I find that quite enriching. And then it was also an opportunity to just, I think, to be able to interact with graduate students too. And that was just, I think, a wonderful opportunity. So it was too good of an opportunity to pass up. It was, and it was really just such a very enjoyable experience. So yeah, thank you for inviting me. And I was glad I was able to join from Singapore. The timings were just right. So it worked out.
Thank you for joining us. We should be the ones thanking you. I remember the very first book that we had read as a book club. And after reading it, I went to Goodreads and I was like, I think this is like a 3.5. So I gave it like a 3.5 week. And then we had our book club gathering on Zoom. And I listened to all those very different perspectives, and I went back to Goodreads and gave it some of I was like, wow, they're looking at this from very different perspectives, and there are little details that I did not see. So how about you, Fajr? What motivated you to join the book club?
Oh my God, I was very happy to know about this book club. I think joining book clubs, like the one I joined in summer, along with Dr. Muna, Dr. Myra, and everybody else, Dr. Mark, and everybody else, I think joining such activities is very important for someone's growth, for someone's intellectual growth, emotional growth, because I was able to not only speak about the book, but also discuss how I felt about the book. And I listened to people talking about how they felt about the books, as well as their very informative, very intellectual thoughts. Oh my God, I was very happy to be with like-minded readers and just talking about books that I genuinely enjoyed reading. And I think Dr. Muna, if I may just mention something else, joining book clubs gives me personally the opportunity to broaden my horizon, because before the book club, see, I'm a student that really, I did well in math at school, but I never liked it. So to pick a novel that talks about math, that, I would never, because that was the second book. I actually dreaded speaking about the book and even started reading it because that was the second book in the book club. And, I did, and I loved it. And I actually loved discussing it. So I guess joining book clubs like this one broadens my horizon. It actually pushes me to select books or genres that have otherwise been overlooked by my customary ways of choosing books and genres. So I'll always appreciate that. I'll always appreciate that. And what's amazing about the book club that I was part of was the fact that we kept the WhatsApp group going after the book club. And so a lot of the readers kept suggesting other books. And so the last book I purchased was suggested by Dr. Myra, and it's called This is Like How to Decolonize Your Bookshelf in 50 Books. So that was very interesting, and I was able to actually purchase many books from Kinokuniya yesterday. Oh, wow, Dr. Mark! Yes! inspirational book. And so I was able, I had the privilege to actually purchase a lot of the books that are mentioned in that book, thanks to Dr. Myra. I'm also very happy to say that 9 out of the 50 books mentioned in the book, I've actually read over the years. Yes, and I think I owe this to my... Thank you, and I think I owe this to my very progressive professors that I had in Kuwait in my BA and MA years. I studied English language and literature, and for my MA I did literature and cultural studies. So those specializations definitely pushed me to challenge the canon always. So yes, so I'm very, very, very pleased to see that 9 of the books listed in the book I've already read. So yeah, thank you for the question, Dr. Mani.
Really impressive. Now, I have to tell you, I wasn't really surprised when Najla joined the book club. Najla was the president of the College of Education when we were undergraduate students at Zayed University. And together we had actually formed a book club at the university. So I wasn't really surprised that she had joined. But Najla, tell us what motivated you to join this book club?
Because I was on the lookout for another book club to join. I had tried to create my own book club on Twitter a few years back, and it worked like for a couple of months, and then everyone was getting busy, and there was like time issues. We had to meet in either Sharjah or Dubai, and this was pre-pandemic. No one had thought about doing it online, so I was only on online book clubs like Shelfery, Goodreads book clubs. So it was just a really too good an opportunity to pass up to join the book club. And I'm very grateful, that it had happened, and I hope that we will continue in the future as well.
We plan to, right, Dr. All right. Since we are all here educators, I want to ask this next question. How do you bring in your love of reading? How do you transition it back into the classroom? And how do you instill this love of reading books in your students? Start with you.
So because of my PhD studies at UAEU, I am currently not teaching, unfortunately. But when I taught at the tertiary level, I remember always starting the semester whenever I introduced myself, I would say, "Hello, I'm Ms. Fajr and I read." And then so that always encouraged those who were a bit discouraged not to share about their reading habits and their favorite books to actually share. And I remember students coming to me after class just talking about their favorite books, whether they were in English or Arabic. I taught English as a second language at the university level in Kuwait. And we had, at the foundation level, we had 2 levels of English. And so level 1, we had an activity called literature circles. And so the students, through that activity, they had the opportunity to be introduced to different classic and contemporary titles, as well as biographies like Nelson Mandela's, Princess Diana's. In level 2, we had an activity called extensive reading, where students were able to actually read folk tales, international folk tales, and then compare them to regional folk tales, which was very interesting. And those 2 activities, I'm very proud to say that actually I spearheaded those activities in the foundation department along with my colleagues in the English language department. So I guess with these 2 examples could be things that educators can do with their students just to encourage them to read or to even make them help them rethink what reading is really, because a lot of students come with preconceived ideas about reading and what they should read, as Dr. Mani was saying. So it's really interesting to have discussions about reading and about books. It's always amazing to hear students talk about books.
So Fajr, this also reminded me of something. Every semester at the very beginning, we do like an icebreaker type of questions and surveys. And I always ask about books, movies, any other hobbies that students are interested in. And of course, I need to talk about books, and I talk about my favorite ones first, to encourage the students. And this semester, one of my undergraduate students, I actually found that she's a published author. Wow. Yeah. So we have authors as well in the classroom that sometimes we might not be aware of. So that was very, very impressive. Dr. Mark, I saw some of the titles that you have published in journals pertaining to literacy. Even though you work on social studies, correct, and equity-based research, how do you tie that in with reading and with literacy?
Yeah, well, literacy is just really fundamental to the social studies and really just central to making sense of our world. So we don't necessarily read books in social studies and in some of the classes that I've taught, but we read a lot of different kinds of texts. And these are often popular culture texts that might be film, it can be music, it can be, comics or manga. So really, kind of looking at those texts and sort of working together to make meaning of those texts and to really make meaning of what's happening in the world. And so we do a lot of work around Socratic seminars. And so it's, taking a text, and sometimes they can be very short texts, but I'm really kind of mining the depths of that text to see what it tells us about the world and how it helps us understand particular kinds of issues. So we focus a lot on issues, and then we try to find texts that help students think about those issues. And so those could come from newspapers, or they might be policy documents or speeches by politicians. They can come from social media. We do a lot of work with social media texts, and we try to help students and teachers think about things like the reliability of the information that they're reading. Think about the claims and evidence that are in those texts and things like that. So we're not necessarily reading full books, but we're reading a lot of texts and really, digging into those texts to really understand what they're telling us about the world and about ourselves in the world. So I would say I'm also involved in a group at University of Wisconsin that's I think worth taking a look at. It's called Project Discussion. And it's also focused on this idea of Socratic seminar with texts. It's the group that I'm in is university faculty from different parts of the world, and it's led by John Zola, who's a friend that I used to bring to Singapore quite often. Be happy to bring him to UAE as well. But he's really a master at sort of facilitating discussion and has a lot of different kinds of discussion activities. Mainly Socratic seminar, but there's all kinds of other activities that can be used with students in classrooms. So we spend a lot of time really in social studies talking about, texts and the kinds of literacy skills that are necessary to work with texts, and also a lot of focus around discussion. So I guess that's the way I've been using different kinds of texts in my classrooms and my teaching.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Mark. Nishla, your capacity as a math teacher and now a researcher working on math education, how do you tie that in with reading and literacy?
Well, what Fajr said initially, that she did not like math, like she did not really have that kind of attitude towards math, is what what I witnessed in a lot of my classes. So in the very beginning, I don't remember having any conscious effort in bringing literacy into the classroom. However, I think by my third year of teaching, I'm not currently teaching at the moment, but when I was teaching, I remember that I decided, this is something that I really enjoy and I really like. And I saw that my students did not have that hobby or that outlook to life where they would go and read or they would connect over books. So I actually built a small library in the classroom with books in both Arabic and English, and with other activities such as mindful coloring and so on. And I would encourage them to go and read a book during their free time, and then to come to me and we would discuss it together. And at the end of some classes, we would have a few minutes, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, I would grab any book randomly and I would read to them, even though they were middle school students. And I would tell them, listening to someone read is also just like reading. And I don't really know whether that had an effect on them, like a real effect, but some students did come up to me and tell me, I took this book from the library, in the classroom library, and we took it home. We really loved it. I gave it to my friend and she's reading it right now. That always made me happy. connecting it to math wasn't very like a big, I couldn't connect it very deeply to math at that time. But I do remember that I used to tell them, whenever we take new math concepts, I would try and remind them of the theorists who thought about these mathematical concepts. And I would tell them they studied all kinds of sciences and arts and literature. They were poets, they were writers. They did not study one field of discipline, and that was it. They were all around, like they dabbled in all the arts and sciences as well. And I felt like that gave them confidence that they could choose something in the future. It didn't have to be just one thing. They could be, they could choose something from the science and the arts as well, which was important for me to, to show them that that is possible, and you don't have to be one thing.
And in your research, because I know you're doing math and literacy, you're combining. So how are you doing that? Without going into details, I don't want to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. But I couldn't hear the beginning of your question.
Yeah, I want to know how do you tie your love for reading and literacy into math research and how do you do research?
So the research that I'm currently working on is teaching mathematical concepts through picture books, and they're not like didactic picture books. They do have some math in them, but it's not written purely for the math. There is a plot, there's a story, there's characters. So I would like through this intervention to see whether students' attitudes towards mathematics changes for the better, and whether their academic achievement also changes for the better once they have, picture books and storytelling in their own mathematics classrooms.
That would be wonderful. But you are also working on your dissertation,
on my
right?
research proposal.
Right. But you're also trying reading and literacy, right? So how are you doing?
Okay, so although it's very early to tell, but again, I'm going. No, it's fine. Not a lot of details. As you know, I'm still drafting the research proposal. But yes, just like Nejda, I have a love for reading, and I wanted to show that in my dissertation work as well. So what I'm going to be exploring is the influence of parental involvement in developing preschool age children's emergent literacy. Because I always believe that literacy should start from day one, really. Yes, I started at age 4 when I was first read to, but I do believe that children have to be read to as soon as they're born. And I wanted to explore that because unfortunately, whenever emergent literacy is explored in the literature, it's always in relation to KG and grade levels. It's rare that you find studies about preschool age children, and I feel like literacy should start very early in the home before school. And so hopefully I'll be able to explore the role that parents can play in developing their children's pre-literacy skills.
I just want to talk about one activity that I have implemented in my classes, and those of you who are teachers or working with younger children, particularly and implement in your classes. So the idea was of a take-home book bag. It's an activity where teachers prepare bags with a book and different activities. It could be like physical activities, tactile. It could be, for instance, an experience that students go through. But the idea is to take those books and take them home so that children can read it with their parents, and parents can read them to their children. It solves issues of accessibility to books. I think I was talking to Ms. Aisha yesterday. Yeah, Ms. Aisha. We were talking about sometimes, particularly books that are catered to children can be a little bit expensive. So this is one initiative that school can take into consideration, is to provide books for learners. It could be like a circular. Every week somebody's taking one book. They can take it home, be read to, do certain activities. And those activities are not comprehension questions. These are fun activities. Like, for example, they read a story about trains and they go to a museum that has some kind of machinery or trains. They talk about cars and then they go to, for example, BMW, yeah, that we have over here. So these are fun activities, experience activities, just in order for them to see that reading is fun. It's not a boring activity. It's not a chore. It's not something that is related to the classroom or to the school. And with that, I think we will end. Q&A. Yeah, we have a Q&A, but we will end our discussion and we will give the floor to our participants, see if there are any questions that you have.
There's a question from Zachary.
Oh, we have a question. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, Dr. Zachary.
Hello there. Good to see all you beautiful people. I have a question for you since I'm asked to ask a question. This question is actually for Mark first, and then the other panelists, I would love to hear your opinions as well. Mark, I see you have lots of books in your office or your home there. Could you recommend a couple of books for the rest of us who just like to read and are thinking of maybe cross-cultural communication or those types of things? Just one or two.
Yeah, this is actually I'm at Myra's place. So these are Myra's books. And I just, before you came on, we were just talking about this book right here. This is the Canon, Decolonizing Your Bookshelf. I think I haven't read it yet, but I would recommend it. I started reading it actually today. I was reading a little bit of it. I guess, you know, I'm trying to think of, I don't know, I read so much. It's hard for me to think of one book off the top of my head, I guess. I've been reading a lot around just climate change and climate denial. And so, yeah, I think, and I have a book coming out, so I guess I'd have to recommend my book.
That's interesting.
So the title of the book, it'll be out in the spring. The title of the book is How to Confront Climate Denial, Literacy, Social Studies, and Climate Change. It'll come out through Teachers College Press, and it's a book that deals with both literacy and social studies. It looks at climate change denial and how to kind of confront denial and how to teach students to really develop the savvy literacy practices that can help them think about climate change. So anyways, I'm sorry, it's like a just terrible to plug your own work, but
you said that everyone here gets a free copy, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
I'll discounted. A discounted copy.
Thank you. It was good. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. How about everyone else? I love to read as well, and I'd love to hear any recommendations that you all have.
I would say, thank you, Dr. Zachary, for your question. I would say anything by Frederick Backman.
Yay.
Anything by Frederick Backman is just, I actually was introduced to Frederick Backman's writing in the book club, along with Dr. Muna, Dr. Myra, Dr. Mark, Najla, and everybody else. So the first book that I read was Anxious People. And then just after that, I started reading his trilogy, Beartown's trilogy, and I'm waiting for his third book to come out now. I can't wait. His writing is just effortless. To a lot of people, his writing might come off as simplistic, but to me, it's inspirational. It's very deep. His writings are always deep, so I definitely recommend anything by Frederick Backman.
Yeah, I would. His characters it's so character based. They're great works.
Angela, would you like to recommend a book?
Of course, I wouldn't miss a chance. So I'm currently reading Mornings in Janine by Susan Abul Hawa, and I'm still like maybe a third in, but it's very gripping and it's very relevant to today's history. Another favorite that I've read more than 10 years ago, but it always comes in my mind, it's Never Let Me Go by Kazuo Ishiguro. So I remember reading it. I remember, you know, the feeling after reading a book that you've invested so much emotion in, and then you finish it and you want it to go on, or you're just surprised by the ending. And I would recommend a book because I've never met a male who has read this book. It's a children's book. It is a book that I read when I was 10 or 11, but it changed a lot of things in my life. It's Anne of Green Gables by Lucy Montgomery.
Thank you, Najda. Dr. Zachary, I'd recommend one book.
Yes.
And I actually wanted to recommend it for the book club, but we didn't get the chance to read. So this is called Our Happy Time. And I don't recall the author because it's a South Korean book. It's very short, but it's very, very poignant. It talks about, the language is very simple, but it talks about existential questions. It's a little bit difficult to read, could be triggering for some people, but it's very interesting. So I recommend that one for sure.
Thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate that very, very much. I've added those to my list.
Thank you, Dr. Zachary. Do we have any questions from participants here? Hello. Thanks everybody for this talk. I really loved it. So as an avid reader, I'm Feather's cousin actually here to support from I've always struggled with finding fellow readers, and of course with the demise of bookshops, that's always been something that's made me a little bit sad to see, especially in this region. So I think my question to you all is, how do we get books to become more mainstream again? I think I've seen book clubs that are very niche. How do you think as educators we can start to really bring in that interest again? I do hear, I think you had that question about different media and different kinds of books. So how can we start to bring back these sorts of bookshops? I think that's my question to you all.
Sure.
Thank you for your question, Sarah. I think it starts in the home, Sarah, and I think it starts in the classroom as well. If it can start in the home, then it should start in the classroom. And I think if educators encourage their students to start reading and get into the world of reading, then reading will be mainstream because it's all about people feeling encouraged to do it. But just to answer maybe that part of your question about making bookstores mainstream, and I think maybe you are reflecting on your experience in Kuwait especially, which is very sad in comparison to other cases in the region, because yes, we do have a problem there where bookstores keep closing down, unfortunately. So I think most of the time it's really politics that really hinder the process of reading. And I think maybe voting rights will actually maintain people's freedom to read whatever they want. So I always make sure that I vote liberal. So yeah, so that helps, Sarah. Did I answer your question?
I think so, yes. I think my question was
yes.
I don't find bookstores. For me personally, I remember when I was growing up, it was difficult to find fellow readers, particularly in school. My very closest friends were not readers, and sometimes, you want to discuss the things that you watch, the things that you read, right? But now when I compare now to back then, I see that, for example, my students are readers actually. I don't know how times have changed, maybe we have more access to sometimes movies, right? Maybe movies are books are being adapted into movies and people want to go back to the canon. We have the internet, we have forums, we have Goodreads and other applications as well. So I feel very, very optimistic these days. All right, thank you very much. If we don't have any other questions, we're concluding the session. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Come in front.
So it gives me great pleasure to present this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Mona.
Yes.
you for moderating this very, very wonderful session. Thank you. Next is, of course, Fajr Al-Cruz. Pictures are being taken right now. There you go. And a gift. Thank you so much. To make it worth your while.
Oh, that's just, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Fajr. Yes, and we will send you your certificates of organization very soon. Mark, yours will come tomorrow. Definitely. Thank you, thank you.
So the next presentation will be a very special presentation because it's going to be presented by my research mates. So it's going to be, the title is Looking Ahead. Maybe 5 minutes. It's going to be 2 minutes and then we can start. So the title of this program, Looking Ahead, Re-envisioning a Global and Inclusive Learning Community. This panel consists of junior researchers from UAEU and UCL, who are part of a joint collaborative research project on the inclusive practices, high leverage practice, and culturally responsive pedagogies that is being conducted nationwide across public and private schools in the 7 Emirates. The panelists will be sharing their primarily insights on what a global and inclusive learning community consists of and what it will take for the UAE society to get there. So the first panelist will be Sheikh Sana Maktoum Al Maktoum. She has a master degree from the British University in Dubai in special and inclusive education. She earned her bachelor with honors in English language and literature from Zayed University. Sana is currently doing her PhD at UAEU. Amani Abdullah Mohammed, Amani, she served as a senior leadership member in many schools in Dubai. She received her master's degree from the British University in Dubai in leadership, management, and policy education. Amani is currently doing her PhD as well in special education. And our third panelist is Clementina Ina, is the founder of the 6 C's Skill Exchange. 6 C's equips students with the skills required to succeed in industries of the future. Her education quality assurance career spans the UK, US, and UAE. She conducted the pilot study of the joint collaborative research project as part of her master's degree. And of course, we are very happy to welcome the moderator, Dr. Zachary Walker, and he is an associate professor with the University College, London Institution of Education, and he is the author of Teaching the Last Backpack Generation at UCL. Dr. Zachary serves as the chair of the Department of Psychology and Human Development. Welcome, and we are very excited to hear your presentation.
Hi. I can't hear anything. I think so. I can see the hands though. How exciting. Are the other panelists around? I see Clementina's here, but I don't. There she is.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
Do we have everybody here?
Yes, we are all here.
We're all here. Okay, great. thank you all so much for joining. I know we had those lovely introductions there, but I would like to just start by asking the panelists to introduce themselves so that we can all kind of learn about them and then learn specifically what it is that they do. So if it's okay, I will start with in the order of the alphabetical order. Amani, would you mind going first?
Hi everyone, my name is Amani. I have been working with 5 schools for more than 10 years as a teacher, and recently I moved as a practitioner to classes to link my research dissertation in PhD with sustainability practices and to see the gap between theory and practice. I hope you enjoy our session. Thank you.
Thank you. Clementina.
Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Clementina Aina. I'm the founder of 6Cs Skills Exchange. 6Cs equips students with the skills to succeed in industries of the future. I conducted the pilot study of this international collaborative project between UCL and United Arab Emirates under the support of Dr. Zachary Walker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clementina. And Sana.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Whether you're on site or online, I welcome to our session. It was very last one, so I hope you benefit from it. I hope you're not too tired to listen to us. I have been teaching for almost 8 years in elementary schools and in higher education. My degree is a mix of English language and special inclusion. And I'm planning to pursue my PhD, and maybe I majored in curriculum instruction, but trying to integrate special education, and that is why I am here. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. So just a little heads up, we'll go in the reverse order as I ask the first question. So you're going to get ready to speak soon again. Again, my name is Zachary Walker. I've seen many of you before. It's really lovely to see you all again. Obviously, this is about kind of global and inclusive education. And I have a real interest in this personally because it's my area of scholarship. But also here at UCL, we have a master's degree in inclusive education, as well as our Center for Inclusive Education. And we work with teachers and parents and siblings and policymakers and nonprofits around the world to further the cause of inclusive education and to see how we can make it a more global cause. So I guess before we go any further, though, we should really kind of try to define what does that mean? And so I'd like to ask each of our panelists just to kind of describe what is global and inclusive education to you? How would you define it given your context and experiences?
Inclusion for me is the ability first to recognize and understand students and their needs so that I can treat them equally and fairly. The second dimensions, I believe in inclusion is respect. Our learning community majorly plays that. An inclusive and welcoming community will have an impact on their students' life and their, especially students with disabilities and their families. And lastly, designing our society to accommodate human uniqueness and variability will be the key to inclusive learning community.
Thank you. Who else would like to throw in their definition?
Inclusion for me is creating a natural environment where every student can meaningfully participate in learning as a member of a community. A global inclusive community recognizes that all individuals, including students with determination, must be empowered to shape the future. Therefore, it uses diversity as a framework to facilitate students' learning from the diverse starting points. And all members of this community share the inclusion vision, and that means that the government, policymakers, educators, and stakeholders all work together to identify and resolve problems within their community and beyond. Furthermore, they're all accountable to students and families in ensuring that fundamental policies and formulated policies are successfully implemented.
Thank you, thank you. Who's next, Sana?
Yes, I'm glad we're going by order. Basically, equity, as Ahmed said, what Amani has mentioned and what Valentina. But for me, it's very similar to what they said. But again, when we talk about being inclusive, you also talk about being global. And those two come hand in hand when you educate future students. Now, I'm not talking about all these differences because that is what intrigued me into learning about other factors that might be very subtle. When we talk about communal differences, when we talk about social variability between students, there are a lot of differences that are not clearly obvious. So it's not a difference. Also, that also takes me to the idea of including everyone, regardless of what differences that might be very subtle. But again, to shout away the idea of the one size fits all, the idea of everyone comes in the same box, that everyone learns the same way. So inclusion is very broad, and so that is just a small summary of what it means to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think all of you brought up really interesting points. I think one of the things that has become more spoken about recently is, in certain parts of the world, inclusion is just thought of as kind of integration. Well, if we put everybody in the same room, that's inclusion. And one of the ways that I think is described about it quite a lot is integration, or sometimes even inclusion, as being invited to the party, but a sense of belonging and actually wanting to dance is what true inclusion means, right? It's that sense of actually feeling like you belong there, not that you're just in the space or in the physical area, or you have a lesson that's with someone else. It's actually a feeling of belonging. And so in some of the literature, what we're starting to see now is this idea of equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And I think that is quite a very specific way of thinking about it, as opposed to just, well, everyone's in the same place, So I'd like to, I think sometimes when we have these conversations, it's very easy to point out things that aren't going right. But I also like to really think, what are some of the positive examples that each of you have seen? And it can go in any particular order this time. But what are some of the positive examples that you all have seen of inclusive environments and inclusive schools?
Okay, I'm perfect. No one can ignore His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, ruler of Dubai, initiated the change in the terminology of the students with disabilities, from students with disabilities to students for purpose of determinations, which is had a positive impact on students and their parents. Positive examples I have seen from teachers. Initially, they are being aware of inclusion policy, and gradually they are moving to the steps to be as inclusive as possible, such as recognizing those students in their schools, referral procedure, amending their instructional practices, are working collaboratively with parents and special education teachers, especially when it comes to individual education plan, with the objective to support those students.
I think I'll go next just for the sake that I'm echoing what Amani said. We actually had the same point. What His Highness Canada has done in terms of changing the terminology is not what my opinion. It's basically what we have encountered throughout the introduced as part of the pilot study, the collaborative work between UAE and UCM. There are a lot of teachers that really stressed on the impact of that, not only inside the school community actually. There were parents that felt it was so positive and it touched their lives in accepting their students as part of the school community. Another positive example that I've seen also in the schools was also the pandemic. We've heard a lot about, do you remember that couldn't teachers not only opened their school time or they were available in the school time, they actually
WhatsApp their students all through the day. So some of them were staying up until 10 and 11, responding to those students that needed help in technology. We were wearing different hats, I think, throughout the pandemic. So I really appreciate every teacher, like, you know, when you've been there, done that. But fortunately, I was out of teaching during the pandemic. So hats off to all the teachers that we have interviewed and to the interviewers that we have interviewed.
Thank you. Clementina?
Yes, just linked to what Amani and Sana has said. One of the most important points is the knowledge of the learner. Essentially, educators using that knowledge to meticulously plan activities that build on the students' skills, knowledge, and understanding is a very fundamental point. Secondly, is the collaboration, the use of teachers and leaders collaborating and using that as a tool for empowering school leaders and teachers as agents of change. So for example, in the UK, there's quite a wide range of special education needs alliance groups, you know, such as in areas such as autism, and they provide school-to-school support to improve the learning and achievement of students with determination. So they support each other by pulling and sharing resources and equipment. They offer discounted training. They provide special outreach support even to mainstream schools. And they do signposts to other special providers. So for example, providers that support in terms of early identification of special educational needs. And finally, they provide whole school SEND review to ensure compliance with statutory framework.
I think, yeah, I think one of the interesting things that comes up around this conversation is how varied it can be, right? Depending on where you are and the context that you're in. But there are, interestingly, what we are seeing in the research is there are some very specific things that we know work kind of across contexts. And there are some things that we think would work that actually don't work as well. I'll give you one short example on that, and then I'm going to come back to the panelists to ask about some policy changes that could be made or things like that, you know, practice, policy, other things that they would say that we should be doing as we move forward and as we look forward. But our Center for Inclusive Education did a massive study on teaching assistants. And raise your hand if you know about teaching assistants or you've heard of them or you've seen them in schools around the world. These are the people that come in and actually help the teacher. They're not the lead teacher. And oftentimes we think, well, they're going to be great for our students who have special learning needs or those kinds of things. What we've actually found is that they're not good at all. And they don't actually promote inclusion not because they're not good and not well-intentioned. It's because what often happens is those teaching assistants just get stuck with that one or two students. So that students is actually never included in the mainstream levels. And so while the teaching assistant who maybe doesn't have expert knowledge in a certain area is trying to work with this student, the main teacher just ignores them. And so again, it's not just about teaching assistants, it's about the training and all those kind of things that go into them if we really want to have best practice, because it's quite granular and like many things, we have to really look at what we're doing as opposed to just throwing money at a problem or throwing people at a problem. What are we actually doing so that we're ensuring that the problem is actually being solved, not just we're throwing resources at it, right? So I would like to come back to our panelists, if that's okay, forgive my interjection, and ask them just kind of policy or practice tips that you would have. And we are going to come out to the audience for some questions or some dancing or whatever you all want to do in a few minutes. So I hope you all are thinking, but policy practice tips from our panelists.
Can I go first, just because I want to touch upon what Zachary has said. There's something happening as we talk about our context. Here in the UAE, I taught almost 8 years, almost a decade in schools, and I've seen how inclusion has come a long way. Here in schools in the UAE, students were basically segregated inside public schools. And now when I go and visit public schools, I can see that they are included inside the class. But one of the points that Zachary has mentioned, which is very valid,
is what we have teacher assistant. It's something that I wanted to add. For policy, I think we need more certified professionals to be there inside the school. And I think you are doing a wonderful job in terms of certifying future teachers to be of aid inside the classroom with teachers. Because if the teacher is overwhelmed with more than 30 students in the class, how can she include them at the end of the day? Just as what Taki said, they'll just be sitting there looking like they're included, but they're not really included. As for practice, I believe that this event is a stepping stone for us to work understanding about the others, about other cultures, and looking at how do they celebrate. But something that I've heard a lot in schools is about international events. So understanding another culture and being mindful of their international and customs and food is a very good stepping stone. But for an educator, they need to delve more deeply into the values and beliefs. Okay, I'll give you an example, because I don't want to sound very hierarchical. Let's say eye contact. Eye contact, let's say in our culture, is considered respect. In other cultures, it might be that you are avoiding this person. Silence, for example, maybe that I'm listening to you, but in other cultures or in other settings, it might be that I don't understand the second language, for example. And as we know from second language learners, the second language theorists, they say that the students pass through something called the silent period. So what I want to say here is that the educator has to have an open heart and mind in terms of understanding that the learner has layers and layers, culture or language acquisition. So if they get deeper into that, they will avoid unneeded ignorance, let's say, or maybe they get students of having some sort of disability rather than a cultural difference or difference. Thank you.
If I could just interject one thing real quick, because I think that was brilliant and used that phrase open heart and open minds. And one of the things that we know is that often starts in pre-service teaching, right? If we wait for teachers to get into the classroom, they're so busy and there's so much going on. It's actually hard to retrofit any professional development or training. So we've got to do a much better job in the pre-service sector when we're doing our initial teacher training to make sure that students, when they enter the classroom, are equipped with an open heart and open mind and research and informed strategies. So sorry about that. I love the phrase open heart, open mind. And by the way, I just want to point out, I'm really sorry that you'll have to look at this big picture of my face on a screen. That just would terrify me. So like if there's a way you can mute my video and just have Clementina's up there, it's much better. So I apologize for that. I just realized you'll have to look at this. That's terrible. So I'm sorry. Yeah, please stop that. Back to our question, policy and practice.
Inclusion is a process, and I was ready to process because it requires from the educators and the community a continuous reflection for improvement. And the fundamental approach is value members' diversity. When it comes at level of policy, I believe developing a vision and a common definition of inclusion very important across schools and across community. Inclusive schools culture need to be felt, not read in papers. Leaders and stakeholders must support and believe in inclusion and continuously support their teachers. Transparency also very important, and awareness to ensure that is values put into practice, and we are knowing that everything needs to be visible, showing, not telling. When it comes to the level of practices, inclusive classroom reflect that our environment is including all of the students, and some elements can build sustainable education in inclusion, such as relationships. Knowing the students will lift our consciousness. It's very important in schools. We need to know the students. Advocacy is a responsibility of all the teachers, and lack of advocacy may lead or result in non-participation and lack of voices of those students. And finally, I think shared experiences, so that we need to celebrate and share experiences as a teachers, which will help to move from unknown to known.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed a little bit of that because we have a little bit of background noise, so I apologize. It could have just been me. I do apologize, but I'm sure that the panelists there had a great experience hearing that answer. So I'm so sorry. Clementina, would you like to share?
Yes. For me, it's ensuring that students with determination and their families' views are represented at the policy and practice level. I think it's very important that the lived-in experiences are incorporated into the policy. So they need to be actively involved in policy formulation, curriculum planning, implementation, and review. Because the decisions that are being made through all these phases affects their lives and affects their futures. So they need to be actively involved. And also, I think it's very important for them to be involved in recruitment and transitional planning. In the UK and other countries that I've worked in, the school leaders do ensure that the students with determination and as well as their peers are involved in teacher recruitment, which the students have informed me that they actually enjoy being part of this.
Yeah, you bring up student voice, Clementina, and I think that is so critical. I think one of the things that we always emphasize with our teachers that we work with and people who are going to be teachers, and I think this is really important for school leaders to consider as well, as I know there are many in the room, is, are you talking to kids or about kids? And what we often find, especially when children are going through school, is that we have all these meetings about plans for them. We have all these strategies that we're going to put in for them, but we're never actually including them or talking to them in that process. And that idea, Clementina, at both the practice and the policy level of having students in the room, having the student in the room, if it's about their classes, is so, so critical. So thank you for bringing that up. I think I've got one more question for the panelists. I want to hear their very best story, positive tip, or something like that. But is there any questions that we have from the audience? You all got some really comfortable white chairs there. And so I hope you didn't fall asleep after reading during that last session. But if there's any questions, this would be a great time to ask our panelists any of those questions. So we'll be quiet for a second while someone raises their brave hand. And I am a teacher who believes in wait time, so I will wait it out until someone asks a question.
Thank you for this opportunity. I think it's very good, like the ending session for this whole conference, because that's about the inclusive education. So that is for all the kinds of students, no matter like students of determination or disadvantaged students, they are all inclusive education. I think it's really a very good arrangement for such session as the ending. Yeah, so actually just now, I think many of the panelists, they mentioned something about like related teacher training, like actually like a teacher, pre-service or in-service teacher, especially like the lack of such knowledge, like about the characteristics of all kinds of students. I think such kind of knowledge might like lack in their professional training. But I also would like to ask or discuss with you, because for me, teachers, I think among the most burnout career in the world, like they are always overwhelmed. So if you interview any teachers, they have a lot of work to do. So if they lack of resources, in lack of funding, but one important thing I think is like the lack of like school leader support. It is like thinking like whether the training not of the teacher but the training of the school leaders are also important, because like as long as the school leaders, they are trained and they aware of such characteristics of the students, and then they can know, okay, this is a very substantial for teacher to do such professional training, not just like giving knowledge or such thing to students. So for the curriculum, like for example, the curriculum design should be student centered. But I think from the administrative or structures, the teacher centered. So like school leaders should be educated. Like, okay, it's very important for teacher to get enough sufficient resources or budget or money to get such professional development. Yeah, that's what I want to add.
Do any of our panelists have a response? Thank you for that comment. I think it's a great comment about leadership in general on how important that is. Do any of our panelists want to speak to that?
Something because you said student centered, and it just struck me because I was thinking about a one-size-fits-all type of curriculum, where you kind of want it to stick in one way. But you know, it would be interesting for me to tell you from my experience with service teachers. When they first enter school, especially here in Dubai, private school, they have a cultural shock because there are sometimes 200 nationalities in one school, and that would be part of the practical or part of their internship. So suddenly they're in that position where they have to learn to teach different nationalities. It is very hard, I think, for them to understand. Even if you teach them in the courses, it's different when you are there in the school. So yeah, that's it.
I want to add about teachers' training because the point you mentioned is very important. And from a teacher's perspective, and also from our experience doing the pilot studies, most of the teachers are aware about the practices, but sometimes the problem how to move the theory to practice in classes. Which is the challenge, and that is why our project high-level practices to support teachers after we finish collecting the data in how to improve their instruction in classes.
Clementina, do you want to say anything here?
Sorry. For me, again, it's enabling and empowering student voice again, and particularly for students with limited communication skills. So to look at alternate ways of getting their views represented, so such as voice augmentation.
Thank you. Again, I think that idea of student voice is so critical. And there's a great, I don't know if you all there can see the chat. There's a great comment here by Naz Denning, I hope I'm saying that name correctly, about the idea of accountability and how policy can only go so far unless there's actual, kind of mandated compliance. And one of the things that I always say to some of our teachers is the best thing you can do as a teacher, if you really care about inclusion, is get involved in policy. Know who's making the decisions, follow the money, get involved in having those conversations at high levels, because I absolutely agree. This is really, really important that we think about beyond just our classroom, because as was pointed out in the initial comment there, the most well-intentioned teacher, and we all know who they are, right? We know who those examples of exemplar teachers are. They are going to get burnt out if they're constantly running uphill. So we've got to have leadership who really believes in it. We've got to have policy that requires it and mandates it. And sometimes, and one of the things we know from the wider body of research is that when we talk about global inclusion, one of the best things that we can do is make it local level led. So there can't be necessarily blanket policies, but there can be local policies that have to really make sure that they're leading. And then again, teacher training and leadership training is absolutely critical, because as you all know, because again, many of you are leaders in the room, when you're trying to do something really hard, if it doesn't come from you as a leader, people just kind of, okay, yeah, it's important, but I'm not going to do it. So we've got to have leaders who walk into schools ready and willing, and the policy and the compliance that follows that. So I think a really good comment in the chat. Thank you so much for pointing that out. All right, just in the interest of time, I don't know how much time we have, and I'm on Zoom, so y'all can mute me whenever you want. But in the interest of time, we're going to ask one more little favorite tip from our panel, or if any of you in the audience have a favorite tip you would like to share, this would be a great time to do that. So I'll start with the panel, and then would love to hear from the audience if anybody else has a favorite tip or a funny joke they would like to tell. Clementina, favorite tip to you, please.
It's a parental partnership, getting parents actively involved in the decisions and the curriculum planning, and also using parents as examples of case studies in order to get reluctant parents who are in denial that their children have got special educational needs, to get them to actually spread the message about the value of identification early and ensuring that their children have got the right support.
Yeah, thank you. Again, parental involvement and working with parents is so important in this process. And that's, again, if you look at the wide body of research, that's one of the things we know is true, is that it has to be a true partnership with the parents. So thank you for pointing that out, Clementina. Who wants to go next? Amani? Ha, gotcha.
Thank you. Maybe my tips for teachers, remember, those students want you and need you and want the reassurance. So build their confidence and let them know how well they progress towards their goal, individual school goal. My tips for parents, love them, accept them, understand them, and work collaboratively with their teachers.
My comment also is similar to Amani, but I talked about adults in general. I think the pandemic has given us a chance to reflect, and I've heard it in the past two conferences. Someone has commented about reflection. Reflect on yourself, reflect on your resentments so that you can move forward. And again, open your heart and open your mind for the future. Yeah, thank you.
Are we clapping? It looks like we're clapping. All right, we can clap. Do we have anybody from the white chairs? I feel like that should be the name of a TV show. Do we have anybody from the white chairs that would like to add something?
I just wanted to share one more tip, and this is something that we discussed in the previous panel, is to acknowledge students' want of knowledge. They come to the classroom with lots, they know a lot, they have a lot of skills. We just need to acknowledge that.
Awesome.
Others?
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Well, there's always tips for teachers, but I agree with the teacher that we always have to build the confidence for the students in order to have a good relationship with the students as well. And especially for the students who are that we think that we really need to give them some tips and keeping them close to us and making sure that they always seek for help. They always, communicate, not being isolated for help or assistance. But other than that, thank you so much.
Thank you. I really like that, and I think that goes back to. Oh, do we have another comment there? Anybody want to dance?
We'll play some music.
All right. I guess I think so. I think what we'll do is we'll close now. I want to really thank the panelists. If you're there in person, give them money. You can just send us any money. I mean, certificates are nice, but money. Give them money. They're right there. And I would say this, I think as a final thing, it's really easy to sometimes get caught up in, especially when you're in this field, because it is a really hard field sometimes, right? We are constantly kind of climbing uphill. And I think it's important to try to stay positive and to not get caught in the negative cycle. But most of all, and I hope that we'll all remember this, and this goes back to those last couple of comments. As a teacher or as a school leader or someone who works with students with determination or students with disabilities or students who struggle, you might be their only bright spot in their entire day. We don't know what culture they come from. We don't know what families they come from in many cases. And it's important that that one interaction that they have with you might be the one thing that keeps them going. And so I think we need to be fighting for policy. We need to be fighting for practice. We need to be fighting for all those things, but we can never let any of that stuff get in the way of our interactions. And so I guess as just as a word of encouragement, let's stay positive and stay smiling and make sure that those kids who do struggle for whatever reason know that they have at least one champion. So thanks everybody for attending. I'm going to mute myself now. So have a beautiful day, everybody.
Now, I invite Dr. Muna to give the participants the certifications. Unfortunately not. Okay, so before the end of this event, I would like to invite Ms. Mariam Abdallah to have a musical performance. It's a good way to end the event. In the middle, maybe. Thank you, everyone. And now we will invite Mr. Bahia to give the final speech.
Okay, so can I invite all the Expo committee members to please stay here in front or please occupy that space over there? Please come forward, please. Yes, yes. I would truly like to acknowledge everyone's wonderful effort. And I know that I will forget someone, so Aisha will be there to remind me in case I forget anyone. Alan, you will be please. Arwa, please, everyone. Fatma, you too.
Students.
Ms. Muzun, please. Thank you, thank you. I remember that it was around November of last year, and Aisha, please correct me if I am wrong. It was November of last year when our beloved dean issued the dean's decree regarding the committee for the Expo. And when Dean Najwa, who unfortunately cannot be here with us today, but trust me when I say that there is nowhere else she would rather be than with us right now. So when I saw that she assigned me as the chair of the Expo committee, I literally threw up. Yes, that is the truth. And I practically begged Aisha to please not let me be the chair. I will just support all of you. But I was preparing for a conference in November at the time. That was in Colorado. And I was also preparing for another conference in January, which was, I believe, in not sure, with Florida. Yeah. So there were multiple things that were happening at the time that I know that I may not be able to give it as much time, dedication, energy as possible. And I know that we have to live and breathe the Expo so that we are able to prepare something of meaning to all of you. But of course, Dean Najwa said, no, it has to be you. You have your dream team, and I have my dream team here. She says the key word is to delegate tasks and responsibilities, and that is exactly what we did. So first, I would like to acknowledge, of course, Dean Najwa, but before that, Professor Ahmed Murad, the Associate Provost for Research, who has given us incredible support. We have very limited resources. We have very limited funding, but we have lots of spirit, lots of energy, lots of heart, lots of innovative, brilliant ideas. So we were able to manage, inshallah. Did I say that correctly? Yeah, we were able to manage, and of course, the support of Dean Najwa. The Assistant Dean for Student Affairs, Dr. Omshak Al-Buhairi, is also part of the Expo committee, but unfortunately, she is not able to be with us right now. But Muzun is here. So Muzun, there she is, from the Assistant Dean. Can we give her a hand, please? Making sure that the undergraduate students are here. I am sure they are with us in spirit. She has arranged for the transportation. She has arranged for all the logistical, details that enable our faculty, our students, our graduate students to be here with us, our volunteers as well. So that's the Assistant Dean for Student Affairs Office. They organize as well the Student Council. So the president of the Student Council is with us, Fatma. Tomorrow. But even if she is taking her exam tomorrow, she is with us 100%. I believe that she has been staying up all night after a very long day here at the Expo just to prepare herself for the examination. And she has been coordinating with the undergraduate students. I think she's fierce in her own right. Right? Getting some of the undergraduate students to be here physically. Yeah. It works every now and again. Right, Fatma? Yeah. Thank you so much. Can we give her another round of applause? The various heads of department. One of them is here with us right now, Dr. Mohammed Al-Hosseini, because the chair of the physical education department is part of the Expo committee. So Dr. Mohammed Al-Hosseini has also been very, very the Foundations of Education Department came up with so many brilliant ideas for the Expo, and yeah, we were able to, as much as we can, incorporate all of those suggestions into it. Aishan where is Aishan? Aishan should be here. She's not feeling very well. Yeah, she has a migraine. But Aishan was also very instrumental in coming up with those ideas. She has incredible networks that she has leveraged on in order for our program to be as rich as it is. Head of department, Dr. Hala El-Hawaris, she has been incredible as well in just extending her ideas, her thoughts, all of her innovative suggestions as part of the program, and also encouraging faculty members, graduate students, undergraduate students to attend. Another chair, Dr. Rachel Allison Duckrady from the Curriculum and Instruction Department. She has been so wonderful. I know most of the HODs are preoccupied with CAA right now with a million and one other things. But yeah, we all collectively just put our heads together and we are able to manage to pull off a hybrid, online hybrid event. That's, I think, the first of its kind in the college and in the university. That is a major, major accomplishment, team. So let's give ourselves a big covered all of the HODs. Now I want to acknowledge each of your contribution. Dr. Ahmed Al-Kabi was the one in charge of gifts. And then yes, he is the man with the wallet, so we always stuck close to him. Dr. Ahmed Al-Kabi has impeccable taste. That is why we chose him as the head of the gifts, because he was able to really pick out the best gifts for each of our guests. Dr. Ashraf is in charge of student reception. Yes. Feedback form that Christina has been sending out to us. Christina, you have to join as well because you're also a student volunteer. Any student volunteer with us, please make sure that you are here. Yeah, so Dr. Ashraf has been just so hardworking, ensuring that all the publicity flyers are also created on time. Dr. George and Dr. Maria are in charge of the decoration. Can be done as beautifully as we are able to manage it because we do have a lot of limitations, which I will be talking about a little bit later if I remember it. And Dr. Mona, yes, Dr. Mona has been so wonderful in just looking at the entertainment aspect of everything. So our guests are also her members, her hard work, and of course she's a member of so many panels as well. She's extremely busy. We have just been discussing over coffee break earlier that after a full day, when we go back home, we also do CAA, right? Just to meet our KPIs. Okay, so Alanur, Arwa, the beautiful, beautiful Arwa, and Miss Alanur. With us in spirit. I don't think Hala is with us right now, but she's with us in spirit in providing administrative support as well. But Arwa, we have really gone over and beyond. But there is one person missing here.
You.
My tag team. Does not sleep. She does not eat. But it's true. We encountered so many challenges like you would not believe, especially the day before the event. But we turned all of the challenges, that board behind you is one challenge that we encountered, and so many changes as well in the scheduling, but we managed to put all of those challenges and make them into opportunities. We transform them and make them work for us. And I think this is truly, truly the dream team. I'm so honored, I'm so blessed to have this opportunity to work with you all, but please let's not do this again. I'm glad to be here as well. I'm exhausted. Yes, but maybe in 10 years' time we can do it again. But thank you everyone. Thank you so much.
You forget yourself.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
No, you are not going to take the photo. You're going to come here.
Okay, I'll take one.
No, please come here.
If you take one photo, then I'll take a selfie with you, then I'll join you. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Then if you take a selfie. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. I think. Yep. 1, 2. Smile. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. That is a wrap.
Yes.
Yes.
You, doctor, you could have given me.
Thank you for everything. Go to the pool and get lost. See you. Thank you so much. I mean, it's very impressive. Like, because I know that hybrid conferences. Yeah, they really have the, yes, There's a lot of thank you. Yeah, that's right. I saw the also I saw
Asha, it's good to see you in person. Thank you so much.
You did amazing.
استاذ جزاك الله خير في شيء 2 ساعات باقيين